Hello, everybody. Welcome back to 2CTV with the.
Hello, everybody.
Peter, just let me speak to the voters about the issues they're concerned about.
Or, instead of doing that stupid thing, we could sabotage Wild West's campaign. Come on, you can drive. Big Garfield fan, huh? Me too. Not this big.
Yeah, a lot of people think I'm obsessed, but I think I'm pretty normal.
Okay, you reeled me back in.
This is insane. My eyes. My brain is glitching. Now, if this doesn't blow your mind, I don't know what will. Because if you thought the toga figure in this video was a cel-shaded 3D model or a 2D image slapped into a clip to trick you, you're wrong. It actually is a real-life figure of Himiko Toga from My Hero Academia that was repainted by the Japanese artist Repelabo to look just like the anime, and as the artist themselves says, it was already a perfect figure, but I painted it in an anime style. Some people might think this was unnecessary, but I'd be happy if you gave this a like. It's a two-dimensional repaint that turns the hearts and stars into neon lights. I love this guy's respect for the original work, and I love just how good he is at painting. But my brain seriously can't even process that this is a legit physical object, and fans in Japan were just as blown away by the quality. Huh? This isn't a drawing? I seriously don't understand how this exists in 3D space. My eyes! My brain is glitching. The vibrant colors suit Toga-chan.
Yeah, I saw the new trailer for the Doom Dark Ages. Yeah, it's gonna take place during the Unholy Crusades. Which makes sense. Because that wasn't something part of the story they touched on.
I just came back.
Friends, this
No, still haven't seen Fallout. Dude, that's so cool. It literally shoots bits of bone at people. You can see the skull getting, like, mulched. Yeah, they were planning on having a mech battle in Doom Eternal, but that ended up falling through. They did not have enough time to do it. They teased it throughout the whole fucking game. You saw mechs all over the place, and there's even a mech in your Fortress of Doom, but they're finally actually adding it to the game. Dope. Did you see Bradley Martin slap Prankstar? Yeah, I saw. Yeah, that kid was fucking stupid, dude.
How are you feeling? New Frank vids to watch.
I'm just sleepy, but let me see. It appears that there is a terrible new Frank vid of him eating at a fucking restaurant, which nobody wants to fucking see. But thanks for the donation, James.
Alright guys, we're back. They're not closed for a private event tonight, so round 2. Alright guys, so we ended up back at Spago at the restaurant I wanted to go to yesterday. Because actually, the chef is right on the wall line. I didn't film the intro outside yet because there were like 5.
Gigliardo donated $2. I'm Gig, aka Gigliardo. Are these videos true?
There was a secret room on the Titanic known as the Poop Room. This room served as the sewage processing facility for the entire ship. Moments before the catastrophe, a crewman named Richard was performing maintenance in the room. When the Titanic struck the iceberg, the man fell into the poop. As the Titanic sunk, the room detached and floated to the surface due to the gases creating buoyancy. Richard spent 8 days in the box until he finally floated to shore. Richard soon became famous for his incredible story. Subscribe for more.
That sounds like that didn't happen. That's my best guess.
In northern Italy, scientists have discovered a cave drawing of 2 cavemen kissing. Experts say their names were Unga and Bunga. Also in the cave was a uniquely shaped rock, most likely a tool used for cooking. The rock was very stinky. Subscribe for more.
I'm pretty sure that's a fake story. Well, thanks for the donation, Gig.
On October 5 staff members literally just standing right outside the front of the restaurant, so I didn't want to like raise any suspicions immediately. You know, I'll just wait till after I leave. So I took a second look at the menu because, like, I'm not going to West Hollywood, I'm not going to downtown LA. It's like a half hour, 40-minute Uber. This is a lot closer to the place I'm staying at. It's only like 10, 15 minutes. Oh yeah, so the kid just came over with the drink list, but...
React to this.
Let me see, Dodo.
Hunter Biden, who's currently standing trial for allegedly purchasing a gun while addicted to drugs, which is in fact a crime, has found himself an unlikely defender in Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham told the Huffington Post, quote, "I think any average American who's done their taxes like Hunter Biden would have probably faced prosecution." Let me just clarify what he means there. Hunter Biden hadn't paid his taxes, but he made good on that and ended up paying his taxes late. So that was what Lindsey Graham was referencing there, but let me continue with his statement. However, I don't think the average American would have been charged with the gun thing. I don't see any good coming from that. And that could be because a lot of Americans do drugs and a lot of Americans have guns. And it's the point that you had made before, Cenk. It's the point that we've made on this show. In fact, why don't we go to our first video? The third count alleges that he possessed a firearm while using a narcotic. And I mean, that must be a very, very serious offense in a country where we're just swimming with guns. All of these other gun owners, definitely not using any illegal narcotics, definitely not.
By the way, in case you're wondering, marijuana is illegal at the federal level.
Yep.
And hence, literally millions of people have done this crime. Right-wing voters. I don't know that you care about principles at all anymore. I don't know, it's up to you guys. But guys, like making a mistake on a gun form. He had the gun for 11 days and then threw it away. Did not commit any crimes with that gun. And none of you have been smoked pot at all while
just about every single law regarding firearms is complete and utter bullshit. You can break the law without actually breaking the law, technically speaking. The way the law works is you can get charged with a crime because you broke some sort of regulation, not because you actually violated anybody's rights. So, you know, if you say have a criminal record, buy a firearm.
Jesus fucking Christ. Frank's eyes are so fucked I almost feel bad for the guy. His surgeon must have been trying to fuck him up, if not he should lose his license.
Yeah, Frank got fucked pretty good with that surgery. That was pretty stupid of him to do that. Thanks for that, Nation Sanderbling. Yeah, so say if you have a criminal record, you buy a gun, you broke the law, but what did you do? Nothing. Like, you just bought a gun. It's kind of stupid. Like, I don't know why they don't just prosecute people based on whether or not they actually violated people's rights and used the firearm illegally, versus just having a bunch of nonsense regulations that do absolutely nothing just to throw people in prison for no reason.
Having a gun? None of you have? None of you have ever made a mistake on one of those forms? Come on!
Let's take a look at this graphic. Hashtag Anna was right. And also, hashtag Jake was right.
Taxes for decades. I think those are massive crimes, but we never prosecute those.
Yeah, they do have a point.
Like, I am so dehydrated. I am not feeling good. I've had like 3 glasses of water in Mountain Valley, and I think the calcium might be messing up.
I wonder if these are like, this might actually be doable, because sometimes this might not be your durum wheat noodle. This is like an Asian style noodle dish. Doesn't sound that bad from a liver health perspective. See, all the pastas are probably out, but
I know, but less contrary to what your prints say, no, you cannot change the world.
You can change it a little at least. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
halibut, not that great. I mean, halibut isn't that polluted because it's a leaner fish, but it's still like it lives in the bottom of the ocean. It can get really big. Salmon, too fatty, no go. Bronzino is good.
The worst ever maritime disaster occurred during World War II on January 30, 1945, north of Poland. The MV Wilhelm Gustloff was a hospital ship. About 9,600 people died, mostly refugees. 3 torpedoes fired by a Soviet submarine slammed into the port side.
Ah. Never heard about that one. Thanks for that donation, someone.
But shiitake mushrooms are kind of high in copper. And I never sleep when I eat rice, so maybe that's not the best idea. They had scallops listed on the website, but I guess not tonight.
Yeah, so when I got back from lunch, I wasn't feeling too hot. I took a Motrin, laid down a little bit, try to get some fresh air, but I think the main thing was, like, I haven't been that active the past day, so when you're not moving, when you're not walking, like, your lymph fluids is stagnant, and that on its own can just make you feel like complete shit. Like, you could have everything else in check, the low EMF, the air, you could be taking antimicrobials, all the supplements you're supposed to take, but just doing, like, jumping jacks or something just to get things moving is a big deal. So that's probably why I wasn't feeling so good.
What do they put in this? It's actually so dark in here. I can't read this.
I'm not getting tuna again, like...
You just said it wouldn't be breaded. And I asked him, like...
Yeah, that's fine.
Does that work for you?
That's fine, yeah.
Just a nice veal cutlet?
Yeah, veal cutlet. Like that. It's insane. So when I got to use the bathroom, the chef's actually here. I mean, he's super famous, so I was kind of surprised, but I was surprised when I saw him. So right as I walked by him, I go, hey, the man himself. I could have shook his hand, but he actually does the food sometimes. He introduced himself, so 2 years ago, he'll be the
Artichoke. All right. Oh, so they flip the artichokes in different parts.
There you go. Okay. Had in LA so far, grand now. Now we got.
This statement is especially true with how things in the world are going recently.
Yes, that is true, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Hi VG. I hope that you are great tonight. So, I just got off work and now I have a whole week off from work and I'm getting to use PTO and I'll be front row for her streams this week. Lol, check this.
Think that cat is not understanding how that works. Thanks for the donation, though, Finger My Ass. Congratulations on getting time off work.
Alright, so vacation for lemon, but because gumbo. It looks like there's like stuff like, you know.
Ads diss in vegan meme, but they also dissed meat ad dairy TF they eating.
Welcome to Honest Ad. Before we delight you with another.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Chamomile Kim.
Bill should probably be like one bar. So, guys, like on one hand, I probably hemorrhage as much money on the business as I would spend on. I would bet I probably hemorrhage around $1,000 a week on my business for stupid shit. So it shouldn't really be that big of a deal because, hey, at least you're spending it on something productive and enjoyable. But it's just when I get a fucking check for $200, I feel like nothing. So go figure. And I think that was a real fucking person. It's a statue. It's a fucking selfie statue. Dude, this area, Beverly Hills, Wilshire Boulevard, just everything looks so clean and nice. The streets, the houses, everything. The cars too, because if you guys are from like the rust, like the Northeast and stuff, where all the cars rust out, even like a 10-year-old truck here looks brand new. Everything's just so nice compared to even just driving on the highway. All the cars look a lot nicer and cleaner. That's obvious though. All right, so I guess we'll wait for an Uber and I'll go back to, we got to go back and pack everything up, make sure everything's ready for our, although, I don't know. We'll see how we feel. As usual, I will complain about not being abducted to Colombia or something, to not have to deal with this. Yeah, look, if you guys really do enjoy these and a lot of you like them, try to do this, try to go out for a week or another week vacation maybe this year or something. Maybe we could do LA again. We still got like a Morio, like a, you know, the, it was like car, so there's not a.
Why does he even bother uploading this shit?
When you love someone, if you...
Please watch these. It's kind of hilarious to juxtapose these two videos. Well, I've already seen the first one.
People say that the most important thing is to get you a woman who's kind and sweet and caring and feminine.
When was this uploaded? January.
Some of these guys on the internet even use the word submissive. No, it's not. No, it's not. The most important thing is to find yourself in a relationship with someone you
rank the gayness.
Alright, just give me a second, Grandam. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Really have intellectual respect for. This is a PSA to my friends, to my family, to Melissa's family, okay? Melissa and I are not breaking up. This is a relationship that has had its share of heartbreak, of disappointment, of tragedy for me personally. I've suffered greatly. But I've got to tell you something. I used to be married to someone with a PhD from Cambridge University. Melissa is better than that. I appreciate so goddamn much waking up every morning next to someone I have intellectual respect for, and I am gonna make it work. People love someone. Acting with cruelty, she knew she was acting with malice. She knew she was doing it. But
Can
sometimes...
we please watch this whole documentary, please? It's really, really good.
Is it the monkeys? Yeah, it's the monkeys. Maybe later, Dodo. Thanks for that donation.
Sometimes Melissa just goes crazy. It has nothing to do with me. I believe in that better person that she could be. I believe in the better person she could be, whether it is 5 months from now or 5 years from now. But the best way I have to support her is to buy her a one-way airplane ticket. And I have to move on with my life in this apartment, not being afraid.
Yep. Someone's stupid. Thanks for that donation, W.
I said I left my baby girl a message, said I won't be coming home, I'd rather be alone. She doesn't fully understand, and I'd rather leave than to cheat. She give me some time, I could be the man she wants, I lust inside of me. Been together since our teenage years. I really don't mean to hurt her, but I need some time to be alone. But when you love someone, you just don't treat them bad. Oh, I feel so sad. Now that
Yeah, it's pretty gay. Pretty gay.
The discussion between you and Wayne was nice to see. I appreciate you holding others accountable while staying respectful. The message Wayne wrote about you was also very heartwarming. Thanks for what you do. I appreciate you.
Alright, man, well, glad you enjoyed the interview and that you appreciate me. Thanks for that donation, Flower Child. See some more gay videos.
oh yeah, okay. My whole life is changed since you came in. I knew back then you were that special. I'm so in love, so deep in love, that you came into my life. You are so sweet, no one can compete, and you get into the light. You blind me with your love, with you I have no sun.
That might have been even gayer.
Last night was the best night till I find out you had an OnlyFans. I looked at your computer and you were pleasing niggas. You were showing your titties and I caught you spreading pussy for a very low price of $5.99 for subbing one damn month. Heaven only knows, ooh, why you got an OnlyFans. Ooh. All right, I'm done.
In Toronto City, I'm 2,000 kilometers away, but girl, tonight you look so bad, oh yes you do. Such a mission,
I can't even fucking listen to that. That's just horrific.
How you going, kids? What are you doing? Hey, you're hungry. Come outside.
How exciting was that to have like a cast almost all with Australian accents like appearing in these scenes?
Well, it was a big thing because the film is unmistakably set in Australia, and in this one, there was never any question. And you came along and you just started to speak with that accent. And no one ever commented. The studio never questioned it.
Because he's a Hemsworth. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Well,
no.
Well,
opened a door. Do you think you're crazy if darkness implores? It's asking you maybe to watch for the eyes.
You know, as soon as I started listening to this, somehow I smelled poop. I think this song, like, makes me smell poop.
Tell me that you're insecure without telling me that you're insecure, BTW. Not only do I get a chance of regaining the sanity lost from my work, but I'm getting paid to stay away, lololol.
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet deal. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
Don't judge him yet. Watch this video he posted today. Check out this bitch. These are men nowadays. Look at them. That's how they work out. Men are in danger of extinction. I'm serious. So, Henry, shall I just point out the obvious? So this is you, note the flat top and nipple rings, and then this is the kid that you were filming. Aren't you doing the same thing that he's doing? And hypothetically, if I walked into your gym and I started filming you, that's me down there, that's you, doesn't that make you now not a man? And hypothetically, if the kid then turned around and...
Yeah, dude's a loser.
I'm not attracted to men. I've never had a relationship or intimacy with a man. Now, you guys can try to prove I'm gay all you want.
Yeah.
Ever let a dude suck your cock? Oh, yeah, the last time was last Saturday, about 2 days ago.
DMing me and telling me to come out of the closet isn't going to make me your Italian prince boyfriend.
I might buy that.
And listen, there's nothing wrong with playing with a little bit of sausage. You know, as a carnivore, you guys know I'm a fan of the cylindrical meat myself.
Dude, I told this girl what I did on Saturday night, and she would not let it go. She just kept making, she was like, oh, do you wish I had a nice fat cock you can suck?
Why the fuck you lying?
Frank is pretty goddamn gay indeed. Will Mage, $92. JC, pretty much anybody on TikTok can be a nutritionist. Let's see this stupid shit.
Raw milk is real milk. When going for milk, I would try your best to go for raw because so many probiotics, and during pasteurization, it can kill the nutrients that are so good for you.
No, pasteurization does not destroy nutrients in milk. It just kills off the bad bacteria that's in it. There's something called bovine tuberculosis. This is why they pasteurize milk. It's an incredibly deadly and debilitating disease. So go ahead, give yourself tuberculosis from drinking raw milk, retard. These people are fucking cancer. Let's see this stupid shit.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but last time I checked, eggs did not contain processed sugar, preservatives, and canola oil. Always go for real eggs, preferably pasture raised. Correct me.
Yep. Oh yeah, this weirdo.
Do you know how to read your produce? Always go for number 9, that is organic, versus 3 or 4, that is conventionally grown.
You know, she looks like she could be the daughter of Frankenstein. Why does she do this twirling shit? Thanks for the donation, Will Mage. Grey Knight donated $2. Pro-Palestinian queer, queers bashes a pro-Israeli gay at Pride Parade at the Washington Capitol yesterday. Okay, I'll check those out.
Can we please with the caveman doc now? You will love it, I've seen it. It's way better than 90% of what Hollywood puts out today.
Sure, Dodo. We can do that soon. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. By the way, the Alan Wake story DLC came out today, or yesterday, so I got it. Alright, what is this stupid bitch crying about?
Violent! I'm not violent! Then why are you rushing us?
You guys have genocide!
You're rushing us! You can't hit us! This. I have been a lifelong LGBTQ activist. I believe in the values of protecting LGBTQ people, but they are attacking us in the middle of a pride march.
Yeah, they hate Jews. Fucking retarded. Free Palestine protesters are demonstrating against the White House, calling for the murder of Zionists. Most Jews, when you live in a political culture that systematically dehumanizes Zionists, the eventual growth of dehumanization is violence. History tells us that this is so. Anti-Zionists who glorify the likes of Hamas and Hezbollah are perpetuating an ideology that embraces extremism and incites violence. Well, they're not just protesting Zionists, they're protesting Jews. They hate Jews. That's what all of this is. The only reason they're fucking doing all this shit protesting against Israel is because they hate Jews, not Zionism. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight.
Shameless self-promo, following Doucette's advice and doing it better than last time. I like smooth jazz, so smooth you could do a belly slide on it. Dodo and this docu are making him antsy. Stop blue balling, Dodo.
Let me take a look.
Some nice water there, scenery looking around. Yeah. It. What's going on?
You got tickets already? People of the park, prison guards, quarter-brained toddlers of all ages. I am vegan! Woo! Can I get an oh yeah? No oh yeah? Oh yeah. So that means I get to tell you guys that it's time to stop animal slavery. See the zoo for what it is, a prison. Take off the John Carpenter sunglasses and see it for what it is, an animal prison, a prison for animals, your fellow sentient beings, your fellow earthlings. And the worst part is, they're innocent. What did they do wrong? The lions and the sharks for sure are murderers, but I don't think the gorillas were involved in any serial banana theft auto. I don't think there's a flamingo mafia or jihadi penguins that deserve to be in here. So why are they in here if they don't deserve to be? They're innocent. Some of your significant others might belong in a zoo. Some of your children might belong in a zoo, but they didn't do anything wrong. And is this public property, right? This is zoo property? Where's the public property begin?
But you can go right there. Right there.
Right there? Okay.
Yep, right over there.
All right, no problem. Go vegan! Woo! It's easy. What's going on? Thank you. Zoos are prisons. Thanks for listening.
Absolutely based. Some of those kids definitely belong in the zoo. Ugh. Whoa. Victory or martyrdom, Al-Qassam? Holy shit.
Al-Qassam, make us proud. Kill another soldier now.
Jihad of victory. Like, these are white people holding up this flag, too. Like, they're fucking deranged.
Hezbollah, Hezbollah. Kill another Zionist now.
You know, if they got exactly what they wanted, like mass Muslim immigration, the destruction of Israel, like, they're gonna realize how fucking stupid they were. Have fun being like a rape slave.
How has your day been? Enjoy some cute groundhogs having a snack.
Oh man, I was just tired. I fucking slept all day, dude. I didn't really have much of a day, but thanks for the donation, Raspberry. I'm pretty confident I figured out why my bike broke down. It's just a bad ECU. So it's an easy part that can just be swapped in and replaced. Wow. Oh my god. Those chonkers are having a good snack. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wish I had the power to telepathically communicate with animals so that I could, like, just chill with them and feed them snacks. And get rodents to bite people and spread the plague. Wow. Oh my god. That's a good fucking groundhog. They're so good at munching. Look at this little munching. Wow. That's good. He is good at munching. Thanks for the donation, Raspberry. Okay, these people are just absolutely fucking psychotic. Fuck Israel, stand with Hamas. Yeah, the rape cult.
Against Israel's genocide is armed resistance. That's what Hamas is doing. So fuck Israel, stand with Hamas.
Yeah, once Israel obliterates fucking Hamas, I wonder what these people are gonna do next. Like, it'll probably all just go away. These same people are just going to, you know, post bullshit Nazi propaganda on YouTube like they were before, talking about how Jews are running the world with a financial system and crap like that. And they won't be able to hide behind this. Oh, the poor Palestinians. I just care about the Palestinians. They're just going to have to post, like, their normal Nazi propaganda. They're not going to be able to have this, you know, fucking, this conflict to hide behind, to hide their anti-Jewish hatred. These people are fucking losers. Grandam, donate $2. Eat that vegan booty. Let me see. That is a big butt. That is a nice big butt. Yeah, I think the Ohm twins or the Ohm sisters, they have the craziest butts I've ever seen. Now those are some good vegan booties. Yeah, dude, Mexican girls have some crazy asses. Yeah, that is a nice big butt. Also start at 40 seconds.
I'm warning you.
When it came to broken promises, she did that, got away with it. I had that sent mind frame. I allowed it, I stay with it. She did things with a BBC, and I lay with it. Cash App. Cash App in the description. Cash App in the description. I ignored it. I asked myself why. When it came to broken promises, she did that. That's in my frame. I allowed it. I stayed with it. She did things with the BBC, and I lay with it. Cash App in the description. Cash App in the description. I ignored it.
He's not good at rapping. Thanks for the Nation Grand Dam. Less is more. Donate $2. Ola. Italy becomes first nation to ban Bill Gates' fake meat. Yeah, they just have a meat lobby. That's getting them to ban lab-grown meat because they're fucking retarded.
The first nation to say no to synthetic food, to so-called synthetic meat. It does so with a formal and official act. The resolutions called for a commitment to ban the production, marketing, and import of synthetic foods within our territory. These regulations...
Synthetic foods. You realize that's like practically all food.
...aim to regulate situations where the environment or public health could be at risk, or when there...
Oh, really? So you're against meat in general, not just lab-grown meat?
is uncertainty regarding the effects of certain products that are being or will be introduced to the market or consumed.
Yeah, this is just pure retardation. Oh. It's a monkey and a rabbit. Hmm. Well, that
Did
seems
you know
like
that in
a nice monkey. Thanks for that, Nation. Less is more.
movie Jarhead, there is a scene where the Marines are issued PB pills, which stands for pyridostigmine bromide pills. These pills were specifically designed to enhance the effectiveness of other medications, namely atropine and oxime, which are used as antidotes after exposure to nerve agents. Nerve agents are highly toxic chemicals that can cause severe harm or death by disrupting the nervous system. One such nerve agent is soman, which is extremely dangerous. The purpose of taking PB pills before potential exposure to nerve agents like soman is to prepare the body in advance. When a person is exposed to a nerve agent, they need immediate treatment with antidotes like atropine and oxime to survive. PB pills helps these antidotes work better when they are administered after exposure. Essentially, it acts as a protective measure to increase the chances of survival if the Marines were ever attacked with nerve agents during their deployment. Did you know that in the movie
Less is more. Donate $2. This guy is twice / half the man you are. Step up yo game.
En busca de nuevo récord americano.
And
And he does just that. 2 out of the 3 referees say that's a...
Okay then. Oh my god, that's a special dog. Whoa. That is a really nice puppy. He is special. Look at his little tummy. My god. That's amazing.
All of this footage of the far-left Nazi crowd, let's not forget about the far-right side of the aisle being subtle WG hate.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the left wing is far more subtle with their anti-Semitism, for sure. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass. I really like big booty Latinas. Very good deadlift form. Also nice camel toe. Less is more, donate tellers. This will save your life someday. You're welcome.
2, 1, go. Okay, fingers in. Okay, seatbelt comes off. There we go. Loop in. Okay, now with my other hand, I'm gonna kick the seat back and I'm gonna open the seat. I'm gonna open the door. Okay, 3, 2, 1. All the way down. I'm out, and I can escape freely. Okay.
Yeah, that would not work.
Two fingers! 2 fingers! Sit down.
Three, 2.
Yeah, that's not good self-defense advice.
Can you tell me what comes on that A1 burger?
Yeah, honestly.
Hi, how we doing today? I'm doing all right. I don't have my glasses with me. Can you tell me what all goes on the Lovers deal, the $7 deal Lovers?
So, the deal Lovers consists of medium 1 toppings, 8 pieces.
I'm sorry, I can't read your menu board. It's fogged up or something.
Oh.
And I got a bum knee. I can't come inside. What kind of platters do you have?
You want a fish and chicken platter, or you want a fish and shrimp?
What all comes on it, like the sides?
Oh, it comes with sides, yeah. We got a number of 10, 2 fish, 6 shrimp, a number of...
Like what? No, that doesn't say it on the menu, so I don't know what it comes in before I...
In the Southwest salad is pepper jack cheese.
Just wondering, I didn't see nothing on the menu.
Yes, we have a menu right here.
What kind of sandwiches you have?
We have like gyros, Italian beef.
You have meat on it?
Yes.
It does, lovely.
Huh?
What's on the Italian beef? You can tell me what it is.
It's red sauce, mozzarella.
I am so...
Yeah. Thanks for the donation. Less is more. Booty come donators. I see 5 vegan gains here.
Right, Bernie, this is me, Tommy Joyce. I'm here with the boys this morning with all the bit of trouble that's going on. I've seen bits of videos flying about last night. The boys have come to me this morning to ask for fights. So Bernie, I'm going to put you straight now, my old pal. I've got no arguments with you or any of your people, as these are all no family as well. This is how it is, Bernie. You have got to come out and fight you and your 3 brothers. There's 4 brothers here wanting to fight for you. There's no fights for cousins or nephews or whatever. It's between you 4 boys, and that's how the fights have got to be. All this carrying on going to people's homes, it's got to stop. Threatening people, saying they run out of Manchester. Boys, listen, I'm not being fully or ignorant, but we're all born and bred in Manchester, and there is no man leaving Manchester, and I can promise you on that, lads. Now this is how it is, boys. When the boys here speak, and they're going to pick out the fights. Stop all the carrying on in the videos, be men about it, and let's get a few fights sorted out, get hands shook, and put the whole lot to bed.
Right, Jim, this goes to you and your 3 brothers, yeah? Jim, you cowardly bastard. Are you coming out to fight me, Jim? You're threatening nobody, Jim. You're threatening fucking nobody. Coming around people's houses, trying to threaten. You do fuck all. And keep my son's name out of your fucking mouth. You do fuck all to us. Do you understand what I'm saying? You do fuck all. Come out and box. Come out and box and get your beating. You tramp bastard. Now, John, this goes to you, John. You was outside my house here last night. You come out and fight me. See if you're as good with your fucking hands as you are with your fucking mouth. And listen, you're talking about warnings, lads. You'll give us no warnings. Come and do it. You know where we are. Come and do it if you're able to do something. And I promise you, one young fella or one fella's touch and the whole lot of yous are getting wiped out. And trust me on that. Fuck yous.
Now, Bernie, it's me. You know who this is, Bernie, yeah? Now, Bernie, start of this whole argument was all over you, yeah? So I want you come out and box me. Do not make no excuses. I want to fight you. We'll see how good you are when I get you out in front. When I put you asleep, I'm going to put you asleep. That's what I'm going to do. So don't be trying to make other fights or saying this and saying that. Now, boys, you don't understand how much fucking danger you fellas are in. Threatening, not saying, oh, but do this and you have it. Hey, let me tell you one thing now. If one of my sons or one of my nephews, one of my brothers is... We want you to make the first move, and I promise you, yeah, you'll be sorry, men, I promise you. I won't be Mr. Nice Guy from now on. Now listen to me, boys. Have your fights, and let the best 4 fights, that's what we want. 4 brothers against 4 brothers, and see how good you are. And I guarantee you'll be sorry, chaps.
Alright, this is going to Peter. I want to fight you. You're the youngest of the brothers. I want to fight you the same day the boys are fighting. Whenever it is, 100% I'll be there. 4 brothers against 4 brothers, boys. Get it over it and put it to warnings. You trump warnings. You give us fucking no warnings. No warnings. We give you warnings. We give you warnings. We're all Manchester here, all of us.
Right, Bernie, listen. There's the boys' reply back to you now, yeah? I don't want videos coming back, ranting and raving. Listen, accept the 4 fights. We'll sort a date out. You can get your fair play, man. If you want, you can contact my brother Ginty. I know you speak to my brother Ginty and all that. Ginty will bring you out, boys, and give you...
Okay, so basically this is just Irish trailer trash. Got it. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, sir. Yeah, they've got great butts.
Can you check this YouTube channel out as well as this video? Did you get a university degree? If not, you still definitely deserve to be gifted a PhD. What uni degree do you recommend for activists?
Oh.
I have no idea. Maybe something in the social sciences might be good, maybe. I don't know if I can recommend a degree for activism specifically.
Almost got me. They do rip giant chunks out of each
Wow.
other's skin. But this is what they do. They fight over Karen.
I just flew into a window.
Oh, look, it's big muscle mommy ostrich. Oh, look how cute she is. And this little dingus here won't stop biting my legs. All right, everybody, today's the big day. I don't know how to organize my animals, so I'm going to go ahead and open all of their enclosures and allow them to do it themselves. Also, this little guy keeps finding me even at the front, but watch this. If I throw him in the air all the way over here, he'll fly all the way back to the pond. Also, I'm cleaning out my car right now. But ostriches are also stupid. And they will eat anything that will fit into their mouths, whether it's safe or dangerous. Rhea are not like that, but these little dinguses are. Look how perfect this boat is. Look at those big blue legs. Isn't it weird that...
Man, I want an ostrich. Fuck. Ostriches look pretty fucking cool, dude.
they're just blue like that? Look at that, you guys. No other ostrich will let you do this to it. And she bites me all the dang time, so it doesn't matter if I bite her a little bit. But I'm gonna go ahead and let her out. Also, we're getting a ton of sand dropped off here. We're doing a bit of construction. I don't want her to be in here for that. A properly trained ostrich is just a large chimkin. Come on, buddy, let's go. But this is what my front porch looks like, you guys. I never really show you guys this. Oh, look, it's Kevin's son, a beautiful little baby boy. Kevin's son doesn't really bite me like his dad does. He just runs up to me with his mouth wide open, and it's really scary. Kevin, if I gave him this kind of freedom, would just attack my eye. Soldier Boy, who is Kevin's son, is not like that at all. And honestly, I think that he sees me as a female Rhea, and he's clearly trying to mate with me. As you can see, he's holding his little wings like this. Soldier Boy here grew up with Homelander, and they actually lived together for a while when they were younger. So they are not scared of each other at all. This little guy grew up with ostriches too. So now he's looking at her thinking, oh, who is this beautiful big female Rhea? Who is this big muscle mommy ostrich that has been introduced to my life? But unlike Kevin, you guys, this little fella will let me pet him and scratch him, and I can scratch under his little chin, and I can scratch by his face, I can scratch on his head, and he won't bite. Basically what Kevin would be like if he was a perfectly tamed little creature. Because I raised this little guy in my house, even though he has Kevin's genetics, and everything inside him wants to be angry and evil, I can tame him just by scratching him like I used to do when he was a baby. Particularly ostriches are very hard to get to be this friendly, where you can just poke on their head. After the first egg is laid, they will go from fighting each other to working together to protect those eggs. Now, I'm going to actually hold him back because I don't want them to fight each other right now. And what's funny is I'm actually holding Kevin's son back from fighting him. Kevin's son doesn't want anything to do with fighting me right now. He just wants to fight his daddy. This is what they do when they fight, okay? They will bite each other's mouths. This is not documented anywhere except for my channel, you guys.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think my channel is the only channel that has extensively shown behavioral characteristics in the male Rhea.
But this is what they do. They fight over Karen like this.
But unlike chickens, and even though these guys are fighting each other, they will eventually work together, and the males raise the eggs.
And even though this looks pretty violent, it doesn't ever result in either of them bleeding, which means that Kevin biting the fence is more dangerous for him. Oh, but we don't want them to peck each other's eyes. Very clear, they now see each other as competitors for the viable mates that are here. This guy bit me, and I am going to bleed from that. And as you can see, look, Kevin's spike on his... Oh, almost got me there. Kevin's spike on his beak is a lot smaller than his. If you look very closely, the spike on his beak is a lot sharper and a lot fresher than the spike on Kevin's, which has been worn down from him attacking stupid things like the fence and me, pillows and pool noodles, all the other things we used to give him whenever he was a little baby. Kevin has a dull beak, and that's not going to get any sharper. This little guy is a fresh young boy with a really sharp beak. It also makes you bleed more. So if I had to pick between getting bit by Kevin and this precious little boy, I would so much rather get bit by Kevin. And this little dingus here won't stop biting my legs. But okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hold these two back because this is not
a safe thing for them to have them in here. I also want to get Garbanzo Beans out of here because I don't want him to get stepped on.
Oh my
by
God,
any
the
of these
duck.
creatures. I'm gonna go ahead and try and push him into another area of the farm. And you see, it's things like pushing him into here and then somehow closing the gate by myself while also fending this guy off and throwing him over there so he doesn't get stepped on and hurt. Wow, Kevin screaming and being angry right behind me. All things I need somebody else to help me film. But now these two can just attack the fence and look at each other non-stop. And the Cappies are now over here getting into the kangaroo food. What's funny is the first thing the Cappies did was go poop in this pond. Look at these two, they're pissed at each other. And Garbanzo Beans goes wherever I go. But I think he likes to feel like he's the leader, so he'll walk right in front of me, particularly wherever I'm gonna step. Sometimes he'll walk next to me for a while, like this. Like sometimes he'll walk next to me. And it's nice when he walks next to me. If any of you guys know how I can kind of train him to not just walk right in front of my feet so I don't keep kicking him. But today's the day our turd finally goes to her new sanctuary. Arthur's been pretty happy here at the Urban Rescue Branch, and we've been spending a lot of time with it. But it's time for her to go to a new farm. She's so cute. The fact that she's 25 always makes me wonder who has taken care of this creature over the last 25 years and what led her to be here. She can't get in that hay bale. These fellas love rolling around in that nasty mud hole. And I thought about letting the Cappies stay in here just so they can roll around in the mud because they love to do this in the wild. But I definitely need to add another little thing for them. It's pretty hard for me to choose where to put these creatures when they all love everything. I could also just fence around this mud hole and only let the Cappies in there whenever they want to. That keeps Karen from coming over and drinking that nasty stuff. It's also why I can't let the ones with injuries in here too, because I don't need them rolling around. But it does go to show you guys, in the wild, these things do fight. They do rip giant chunks out of each other's skin. And then they'll proceed to roll around in the mud like this with an open wound. But I'm keeping the males separated so I can crop rotate them and so they don't fight each other because they are hormonal right now. I'll bring them back out here in a bit, but I need to supervise them every time I do. Perfect. Somehow all the kangaroos just decided to go into here together. I'll let them explore in here. They have fresh water at all times. And then now I can finally let Arthur out of there for her last day. And also look at how this little fella's just sitting on my feet. He comes right over and he stands on my feet and he says, "Hello, sir. I would like to be thrown in the air, please." I'm in a good mood. My wife is sitting on our eggs. And this beautiful little woman here is incubating her precious little eggs. Oh, look how cute she is. Garbanzo Beans is gonna be a dad. Can you see her? Can anyone see her? Yeah. He sure does love that. These guys will be fine in here. Actually, most zoos don't even give their kangaroos grass because they're really careful about them getting worms. You don't want them to get worms. Come on, Arthur, let's go. What are those weird little fairy creatures swimming around in front of Arthur? The kangaroos can also be in here, and I think this is where I'm going to actually put them while their babies are growing up. I lost my lead, so I'm just using this bridle we had for the other host. Look at this, you guys. All the leaves are starting to come back, and everything's just beautiful here now. Arthur says, "What is this green stuff? Why do you have this on the roof of this small hut?" Garbanzo Beans' wife is sitting here ever so stealthily on her eggs. For some reason, she picked the spot right next to the dogs and Kevin to lay her eggs, which is honestly pretty smart because these guys will bark at anything that comes anywhere near here. Raccoons or possums are going to get anywhere near those little eggs. And she is a wild mallard that was rehabbed at All Things Wild, and now we're taking care of her for them as an educational ambassador. Theoretically, she should be the best duck at brooding that I've ever owned. But even though this is all clean now, we can't be letting the Cappies get into here because a lot of this stuff could just be poison for them. This little guy, yeah, get out of here, boy! Once I close this, nothing should be able to get into it. Okay, Garbanzo Beans, I'll throw you one more time. Oh! Now that Arthur's moved out of here, I can finally have the Cappies grazing.
He just throws the duck all day.
These are some precious little females that could be pregnant. I'm not 100% sure, and for all I know, they could also both be boys, but they've gotten pretty fat. And they don't have those scent glands that the other two have, so I'm pretty sure these are two females. And if those boys wanted it enough to kill each other and rip chunks of each other's flesh out, I'm sure that one of these girls is at least pregnant. But as you can see, the bees are doing very well now. I do need to cut these little weeds here, though. I shouldn't even be standing here. Ooh, they're flying into me. They're flying into me. Oh! And I'm just amazed these fellas didn't die. And this little guy is doing much better now. All right, everybody. Someone gave us this little eastern screech owl who appears to have head trauma. Even though he looks kind of goopy, he ate all of the mice that I gave him. And one of the baby possums from this incubator passed away, which is kind of convenient. Oh boy, 6 more possums for today. So now I can feed him that. We don't let anything go to waste here. I'm not going to...
Oh god, he's gonna feed them little baby possums? This guy's a fucking monster. Jesus, what a piece of shit. Let's just look at some big booty Latinas.
Do you think it's possible to die from this sport?
Well, yeah. I think there's been at least, like, 2 deaths. I think at least, if not 5. There's been a few high-profile deaths. Deaths from slap fighting. Slap fighting is often criticized for being unsafe. It's caused at least 1 death. Polish slap fighter Artur Walczak suffered a brain bleed during a match and died of multiple organ failure. So yeah. People have died. It's the dumbest sport ever invented. It's even worse than football.
What the actual hell? That sanctuary dude got dark real quick. 1 second he's all compassionate with a duck and her eggs, the next he's sacrificing newborn living animals to an owl. What the fuck is the point of sanctuary? That's the most ironic shit ever.
Yeah, it's fucking sick and disgusting, dude. It's insane. And possums are such sweet animals. And you're gonna fucking brutally murder them by feeding them to an owl? It's so fucked. Thanks for that donation, dude. Check out Rose Monroe. Oh. Okay. Should have, She's not my type.
Wow. And it's going to be hard for Cardozo to get up from that. In fact, he may just go to sleep.
It's literally brain damage, the sport.
Again, like he's in a Mob Deep video. Who slaps Paris silly.
Modificăm un pic formatul mesei.
Și o palmă ratată până la urmă
Este foarte...
cea mari probleme. Wow! 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 KOs in 4 fights, Kostic 2 in 4 fights. And that might be another one.
Hey VG. Do you have any idea why mycoprotein like meteor corn is not available in Canada? Mycoprotein is available in the US and UK, but it's not legal in Canada.
I have no idea. No clue. So, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I thought it was just a UK product. I didn't even know it was in the United States. Thanks for that donation, though, Sanderbling. Yeah, this is the dumbest sport ever invented. It's absolutely fucking retarded. Yeah, you should not do that. Tanning is a really bad idea. Spend as little time in the sun as you possibly can, and if you have to be in the sun, wear long sleeve clothing, wear sunscreen, wear sun protection like a big sun hat. Really bad idea to spend time in the sun. You're just going to damage your skin and increase your risk of skin cancer. Man, they have really great butts.
It only 3 minutes long. Obradov Linkler, our hero and villain that we always needed.
Let me take a look.
Haven't seen you at flute practice in a while.
Summer, don't tell me you're friends with her.
Are you kidding me? I don't even know what she's doing here.
Whoa, not cool, Summer. This is a party. Everybody should be welcome. Oh, great. Who invited Aberdolf Linkler?
I thought everyone was welcome.
It's not the same, Summer. Linkler's a crazed maniac. It's just a misguided effort of mine to create a morally neutral super leader by combining the DNA of Adolf Hitler and Abraham Lincoln. Turns out it just adds up to a lame, weird loser.
You brought me into this world, a suffering abomination, tortured by the duality of its being. But I shall finally know peace when I watch the life drain from your wretched body!
Whoa, what's up, man?
I have no quarrel with you, boy.
Boy? What's that supposed to mean?
It's just... Look, I don't know how you thought I meant it, but...
Don't look at me, dude.
Look, I'm half Abraham Lincoln, so... All men are created equal. I'll handle the beast! Prepare to be emancipated from your own inferior genes!
Summer's gonna like me again.
Here! My journey is over, Morty. I have something...
Yeah, that's Rick and Morty. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. You know, that's just the kind of butt that you just want to snack on. Just want to spread those cheeks and snack on that butt.
such a powerful tool to stay committed and rooted to your why. Think about it. What are the things that you most proudly share with the world? Is it the relationship with your family? Is it your work? Is it a hobby? Is it the places you visited? But what about your self-care?
Well, Bianca Taylor is a pro-Palestinian fucking nut job. So, I would not fuck around with Bianca Taylor. No fucking way. She's unhinged.
How are you? Are you hurting today? If you are, please stop and ask, mentally, in whose business am I in? There are only 3 kinds of businesses. The first one, mine, the place you hold power, where you can make changes and be truly happy. The second one, yours, other people's businesses. We spend a lot of time here and energy, but we hold no power or control in this area. And lastly, 3, God's or the universe business, even further away from our control. Here we battle reality and lose 100% of the time. Reflect back on your day and think, how many times did you go outside of your business? Other people and situations are mirrors, so you can always ask, can I take the advice I demand and I want from others and apply it in my life? Come back home, come back to you. 3 things I wish I knew on my early 20s. 1. Think small. Thinking about how to become a millionaire.
Pesos.
Losing 50 pounds or changing your whole lifestyle is what feels impossible. Dreaming big is what overwhelms you. So start small. Make the first $100, lose the first pound, and think about what changes you now. We can all do today. 2. Fall in love with repetition. Everything you do and enjoy today came from some kind of practice. For you to run, for example, you needed to learn how to hold your head up, turn around, crawl, learn how to stand up. You fell and got up countless times, but that didn't stop you. Then you did your first steps. And
That's a nice butt. She has a really built back. All right. Wait, did somebody want me to react to this? Oh, yeah.
Another episode episode, we're going to show you one real ad so I can keep printing money for Roger's paycheck. Today's episode is brought to you by Factor. Factor's delicious, ready-to-eat meals are fresh, never frozen. The expensive takeout and eat stress.
I'll bet you're wondering what I'm doing with all this science shit. I'm making meat, of course. Here at Beyond Horton, we are a multi-billion-dollar tech company that makes meat in our science lab. Not real meat made out of meat cells, but fake meat made out of, well, I don't know actually how to describe it. Nerds?
Oh, it's an unholy gallimaufry of plant protein, chemicals, additives, preservatives, all of which are hard to say and read, and food glue to hold it all together. Oh, and microplastics, of course.
Well, on the face, that likely doesn't sound appetizing. But is eating animals living in tiny cages jacked up on hormones and antibiotics any better? And look at this Franken-meat nugget. We made it into a dino shape. Do you love it? Just because you're vegan or vegetarian shouldn't mean you can't eat and enjoy meat like a true-blooded American. And in true American fashion, we're going to process the ever-living crap out of this fake chicken nugget until it contains roughly the same amount of saturated fat and sodium as a regular chicken nugget. But as long as we say the magic words,
plant-based.
That's right, plant-based.
Most vegan meats have far less saturated fat than the comparable animal product. And on top of that, they have zero cholesterol. They also, again, research has been done on this. They don't appear to be bad for you, whereas if you look at, you know, actual sausages, chicken nuggets, stuff like that, they are bad for you.
Are there any actual plants in it?
Well,
doesn't matter. As long as we say it's plant-based chicken, no one will notice or care. Of course, while we can use the term plant-based as willy-nilly as we'd like, we can't call a non-chicken item chicken legally.
You know, food is like food, right? I mean, you can't eat rocks, so it would come from plants.
So, what do you got, nerds?
I'm so glad you asked. Chick-in nuggets with the E removed and an apostrophe in place of the E.
Cute.
Oh, how about chicken, but with an un? So, unchicken, unnugget.
We say it's not nuggets, but it is. I like it.
Wait, how about legally not chicken nor nugget, chicken nugget plonker?
Are people actually, like, amused by this? Because this is just stupid. That is just so exhaustingly stupid. Carnists are actually fucking retarded. Like, when people call me psychotic or something for wanting meat eaters to die, like, are you kidding me? Do you realize how stupid you are? I just have no sympathy for people who are this stupid.
October 9th, 2022, an officer noticed a woman driving on the freeway without headlights, and she appeared to be struggling to stay within her lane. This behavior raised concerns about possible impairment or distraction while driving.
Hi there.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good. Is your driver's license restriction insurance?
Let me get it.
Sure. Who's that guy in that white Corvette?
What?
Who's that guy in the white Corvette that was following you guys?
I don't know.
No idea?
Corvette?
A white Corvette?
No, sir.
No idea?
No.
Okay.
Upon stopping the vehicle, the officer found that the female driver was accompanied by her 1-year-old baby and a male passenger, raising additional concerns about the safety of the occupants. Given the erratic driving behavior in the presence of a young child,
Wait, is the white Corvette following us?
Yeah. That's probably them calling you saying, hey.
No. This is my baby mother.
What's that?
This is my baby mother. My wallet down there?
Is your wallet black?
No.
Okay.
That's not, baby. Is it back there? Or is it in the
Baby?
No? You don't have it with you?
No. I have it. It's just white and gray. Let me get my insurance is on my phone.
Okay. So bring your phone out here so we can see your insurance, and then I get your stuff. Coming out, ma'am. No. I said come on out.
The officer initiated the investigation by requesting the female driver's license. When she failed to provide it, the officer asked her to step out of the vehicle. The driver complied with the officer's instructions and exited the vehicle, indicating a willingness to cooperate.
Ma'am, coming out with your phone? Come over to me. Stay right there. Hey, passengers, hang tight, okay? Stand right here. Stand right there for my car. Don't lean on it, because I'm gonna back up right there. Stay right there. Ma'am, come over here. Stay right here. Come over here. Stay over here. And face me. Put your foot down right there. Right there's fine. Any idea why I'm stopping you?
No.
No idea? Because you're driving down Interstate I-40 eastbound with no lights on your car.
No lights?
No lights.
Okay.
No taillights or headlights.
Okay.
Okay. Who was that guy in that white Camaro or white Corvette?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
No.
Okay, because they're on you pretty good. I actually think they're trying to flash you. And then they're trying to drive crazy, so I wouldn't go after you. You have no idea who that is? Or you usually want to tell me? Okay, I think you know. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe he or she will come back here and we can have a talk here. Okay, so that's why I'm stopping you. Okay, so I stop you. There's three people in the car. There's a little baby in the back seat. Is that your baby? Yes? Yes or no? Can you speak?
Yes.
Okay, this is where we got to talk to each other, okay? So there's a baby in the back of the car. There's a male passenger, and then there's you. There's also a strong odor of non-alcoholic beverage emitting from you two in the car, because I doubt it's the baby.
There's what?
A strong odor of non-alcoholic beverage,
Okay.
as well as marijuana.
Marijuana?
As well as marijuana.
Oh,
Okay?
no.
Well, I'm telling you what I smell.
I don't smoke.
You gotcha. Well, maybe that guy does.
Okay.
So, which is obviously is legal. Okay, if he's smoking, it's legal.
Okay.
I pull you out of the vehicle.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I've never seen you walk before.
Yes.
But your balance seems impaired to me.
Okay.
Okay, that odor of non-alcoholic beverage.
Yes.
Still exists from your breath.
Okay.
How much did you drink today?
I had a drink.
Okay, just one drink.
Just one.
When did you have that one drink?
A lot earlier.
I'm 10-4. Who's the RO?
She drunk.
That's my car.
Okay. Okay, so you had one drink when?
A while ago.
Okay, what's a while?
Like an hour.
Okay. What time do you think it is right now?
Like 12.
Okay. So you had one drink at 11ish.
Yes.
What kind of drink was that?
Patron.
First, the officer informed the female driver about the reasons for the investigation, explaining that she was stopped because she was driving without headlights and failing to maintain her lane. This initial explanation was crucial for transparency and to ensure the driver understood the reasons behind the traffic stop and subsequent investigation.
Yeah, probably 10-6 fills with her. I'm 10-4. Patron?
Yes.
One shot of Patron. Okay. Do fair. Put your heels. I'm gonna check your eyes real quick. Put your heels and toes together. Hands at your sides. Your glasses, just put them on top of your head real quick. Perfect. Any major head injury?
No, I had some teeth. My teeth were really infected, and I got an abscess.
When was this abscess?
This abscess was like yesterday.
Yesterday?
I went to the dentist.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you give any kind of pills?
Yes.
Just for what?
For pain medication.
Yeah. Just for pain?
Yes.
Okay. Hands to your sides. Other than that, do you have any kind of traumatic brain injury?
No.
Okay. See my finger? Yes. Don't hang on to my car for balance. See?
Okay.
And do you normally sway?
No.
Okay. Why are you swaying tonight?
I'm swaying?
Yeah, because you actually hang on to my car for balance.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't feel yourself swaying?
No.
Okay. See my finger?
Yes.
Follow my fingertip with
Yeah,
your
dude,
eyes
she's
only.
drunk.
Don't move your head.
Okay.
My hand's gonna move from your left to your right. Just follow it the whole time. Okay, here we go. Yeah, go put your glasses on. Okay, ma'am. Two more quick tests, and we will possibly get you on your way.
Okay.
Do you have shoes?
My friend took my shoes earlier because she got in a fight with her boyfriend, and I let her take my shoes.
Okay, so you don't have shoes in the car?
I don't.
Okay. Well, luckily for you, the surface is pretty.
Okay.
It should be free of anything bad. Do you a favor? Stand right here at my light.
Yes.
And fix your car. Okay. Put your heel and toes together. Hands at your sides. Any problems walking, balancing, or turning?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. What do you do for a living?
I work at a mental health hospital.
Okay, so you're on your feet all day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you a favor? What I want you to do is imagine a straight line from your left foot straight towards my right foot.
Left to right?
Imagine a straight line. Okay, imagine a straight line?
Yes.
Okay, the line width will be the width of your foot, which is about 5 inches wide, roughly. Okay? Do you a favor. On that imaginary line, place your left foot just like this. Okay? Now place your right foot in front of your left, touching heel to toe like I'm doing. Hands at your sides. And do not move until I tell you to. Do you understand?
Yes.
And ma'am, for that position, when I tell you to begin, and only when I tell you to begin, you would take a series of 9 heel-toe steps down that line. Watch me, don't start, just like this. 1, 2, 3. I took 3, you will take 9.
Okay.
Once you take 9 steps, you would keep your front foot planted with your back foot. Bring around like this, take a series of small steps, turning all the way around. And now you'd be facing my police car.
Okay.
Ma'am, did you understand the turning process?
I think so.
You think so?
I think so.
Do you want me to show it to you again?
Yes.
Okay, stay like that. Okay, no, get back in the position. Okay, on your nice step, you'll end up like this. Keep your front foot planted with your back foot. Bring it around like this, taking a series of small steps, turning your butt. No, don't start yet.
To confirm whether the female driver was intoxicated, the police officer decided to administer a few field sobriety tests. The first test involved asking her to follow his finger with her eyes to perform the horizontal gaze nystagmus test.
Right foot in front of left, and stay like that. Okay, don't move. Okay, now did you understand the turning process?
I think so.
Okay, what part don't you understand?
I get it.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, after you turn like I showed you,
Yes.
you'll take 9 more heel-toe steps down that same line, just like this. 1, 2, 3, back down to number 9.
Okay.
Ma'am, during this test, keep your hands directly at your sides.
I can't. Okay.
Right foot in front of left. Okay, ma'am, during the test, keep your hands directly at your sides. Look down at your feet while you count, and count out loud so I can hear you.
Okay.
Also, once you start this test, don't stop until you've completed it.
Wait, do I have to do this?
You don't have to, it's totally up to you.
Okay.
I just said we have to do, I just told you that we have to do 2 more quick tests.
I feel like it's hard even for me if I... Like, in general. Okay.
Right foot in front of left. Okay. Also, don't forget to touch heel toe. No, that's 1. Heel toe. Heel toe. Heel toe. Was that 9? How many was that?
8.
That was 8, okay. So then do 9 back this way. Okay, stand right there on my light. Turn and face me. Put your heel and toes together. Hands at your sides. Next test called the one-leg stand. Okay, when I tell you to begin, what I want you to do is raise the leg of your choice. Either your left leg or your right leg, approximately 6 inches parallel with the ground. Do you know what the word parallel means?
Straight with the ground.
Correct. Do you know roughly how tall 6 inches is?
No.
Size of a Coke can, roughly?
Okay.
Okay, watch me, don't start yet. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna raise my left leg. Don't start yet. My hands are at my sides. Okay, ma'am, my left foot is raised. my foot is parallel with the ground, head by side, and once your foot is raised, you look down at your foot. Count like this: 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, and just keep on counting until I tell you to stop counting. Throughout this test, keep your hands directly at your sides. Look down at the foot that is raised, and count out loud so I can hear you.
Okay.
Any questions?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Is there something I need to clear up for you?
No.
Are you sure? So that means you fully understand.
Yes.
Okay. You can start when you want. I'll tell you when to stop. Okay, stop. Come over with me. Watch out with the gas. Sit right here, put one hand here. Turn, other way, right there. Put your left hand on right here, left hand on this light. Right hand on that light. Face my car, put both hands behind your back.
After the horizontal gaze nystagmus, HGN test, the police officer asked the female to perform another field sobriety exercise. Despite her attempt, she was unable to complete it successfully, showing signs of impairment. With signs of intoxication confirmed, the officer made the decision to take her into custody and placed handcuffs on her.
There you go. Keep them there, okay? Your baby's 1 year old? Is that the dad in the car?
Where?
You passenger?
No.
Okay, well, that poses something else now. Is your mom here in town?
Can I call her, Dad?
Sure. Hang tight.
Can I have my phone?
Oh, yeah, we'll take your phone. Listen to me right now. I'm about to tell you something very important.
Yes.
You are under arrest
Okay.
for driving while under the influence of intoxicating liquor and/or drugs. The Mexico Implied Consent Act requires you to submit to a breath test to determine.
For your next sobriety test, I'm going to have you drop to your knees, open your mouth, and then stroke my cock 15 times. Ready? Go.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I can pass that test. Thanks for the donation, Cop Burgess.
The alcohol content of your blood. If you take our test, you have the right to choose an additional independent test. If you choose to take this additional independent test, you have the right to a reasonable opportunity to arrange for a physician, a licensed nurse, or laboratory technician.
Blue.
Well, thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Technologist who's applied by hospital, or a physician of your own choice to perform additional chemical tests. The cost of this additional test will be paid for by the law enforcement agency, which is us, the New Mexico State Police. Do you agree to take our test? At which time I'm asking you for a breath test. Okay? Ma'am, I can't force you to take our test, but if you refuse, you will lose your New Mexico driver's license or non-resident operating privilege for 1 year. If you were convicted in court for driving while under the influence, you may also receive a greater sentence if you have refused to be tested. Furthermore, you'll be charged with aggravated DWI. That's the way law works here in the state of Mexico. With that in mind, do you want to submit to a breath test?
No.
Okay, open your mouth.
Call her father?
It's okay. We'll handle that. We probably call CY after you. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. Lift your tongue. Okay. It is now 12:11. Okay. Obviously, you're wearing spandex or leggings or whatever. Nothing on you. Okay. Come back here.
Can I call her dad?
I'll call her dad for you.
Wait,
Your phone's up there.
can I call him?
Yeah, we'll give him a call here in a minute.
Wait, but he doesn't know.
We have your phone.
Let me.
Have a
Can
seat.
I call him?
Hmm? Call who?
Her dad.
Yes. I said you will call him with your phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we call
Get
him
in.
now?
We'll call him.
Can we call him now?
We'll call him.
Can we call him now?
Let me get your phone, okay?
Can Can
who's the passenger?
I know him.
You don't know him?
Can I call her dad?
I'm asking you a question.
But I'm asking you. Can
Okay.
I call her
Okay.
dad?
Okay. I'm asking you who the passenger
I don't
is.
know him.
You're just giving some random guy a ride. Okay. Come here and talk to me real quick. Okay, so who are you to her?
We honestly just met a couple hours ago. We were just messing around with each other. She has her daughter.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's very sad.
I could meet up with her auntie. I know her auntie.
Well,
As the officer was placing the female into the police vehicle, she requested to call her mom to pick up her baby. The officer allowed her to make the call, ensuring the safety and well-being of the child.
What you could do, you could call right for yourself. The car's going and the baby's going to be going.
Okay. Alrighty. Do I call right for myself?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me call now.
And you have no idea who was in that white Corvette.
I don't.
Okay.
Honestly.
Okay, I'm gonna get her the keys and lock up the car.
Can you get the keys?
Yeah.
Well, what's gonna happen with the baby?
We'll take care of the baby. We'll call a family member or something.
Okay. Yeah, I can call her, right?
Yeah, you go and go there.
Can I call?
I didn't say get out of the car, did I?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Why's your seatbelt off? Why's your seatbelt off? It's in for your safety, okay? Leave it on. I told you that we'd call, right?
Yes.
Okay, I have no reason to lie to you, do I?
No.
Okay.
But this is hurting me really bad.
Okay, well, those aren't for comfort, okay?
Okay.
Just don't lay on them. What's your password?
Can I call Karen? Babe's mom.
Karen?
Karen, Babe's mom.
Okay. Karen with a K, right?
Yes.
And
Can I talk to her?
yeah, you can talk to her.
Yes. I got pulled over, and they're taking me in for a DWI. I need you to come over here to the Maverick on, what is this, Candelaria?
Comanche and Princeton.
Comanche
I'm sure her parents would be proud.
and Princeton to pick up the baby and my car.
No, the car's gonna get towed.
Oh, my baby. Okay. Right now.
I'm on my way. They will wait for me.
How long will it take?
After completing the investigation, the officer approached the vehicle and asked the passenger, who was a stranger to the incident, to step out. Seeing no involvement in the incident, the officer released him. Additionally, to ensure the child's safety, the officer handed the child over to her grandmother.
Yep. Oh, wait.
Okay.
I will be there.
Okay.
Okay. Comanche and Princeton, can you send me the location?
Yes, I'll drop my location.
No.
Moral of the story: don't drink and drive. Reels.
Let me see.
Oh God! No! Oh my God! Oh my God!
The rings, please.
Oh God! No! Oh my God! Oh my God!
That's good.
This is the kind we're supposed to put whipped cream on, right?
Uh-huh. Wanna practice with me?
I'm having a hard time getting it in.
It's fine. I mean, this is your first time, isn't it?
Yeah.
It'll be great. Just try to take it slow and gentle. That's it. Trace around the edge super softly. And when you're ready, put it in. In my opinion, there's no need to rush anything. It's best if you go nice and slow.
I think I get it. Like this?
Yep, it's in there now. Good. Now keep it there and slowly press. Don't rush, silly. That's perfect. It might be even better if you went in a teensy bit deeper. Like this. Oh, well that was quick.
That's what she said! Oh my gosh, I'm so...
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Can I not?
No, could you? How?
Right here. I'll show you.
Okay.
2 presses.
Okay.
Okay. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay,
bye.
thank you.
Look, this right here.
The camera?
No. Right here. Send.
It's your location?
My current location. Did it send my current location? Okay.
Yep. That's it?
Yep.
Okay. Hang tight. Remember, keep your seatbelt on.
Can I just tell my baby goodbye?
No.
She's breastfed.
Gotcha. Is that okay? Listen, I'm not sure if you understand your horrible choice tonight.
I do.
Okay.
I really do.
I think it's funny how all of a sudden you want to worry about your baby.
It's not funny.
No.
Because I got into a fight earlier today.
Yeah, earlier today. Okay.
Like literally an hour ago.
Okay.
Right here.
And you still right here? Okay, so you decided, I think it'd be a good idea to put my baby in danger. My little 1-year-old baby who has no say.
No.
Might drive killed yourself and or the baby. No what? It wouldn't happen? Trust me, it could, right? It could. So, we are waiting for your baby daddy's mom? Okay. And she comes to Rio Rancho? Yeah, gotcha.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. No. Gotcha. Okay. I'll let you tell her goodbye when she leaves here, but like you're not gonna kiss her.
When she goes to bed?
Yeah. We'll wait here. Okay.
The female driver was later brought to court where she faced charges for driving under the influence based on the evidence gathered during the investigation conducted by the police officer. If you enjoyed this video...
What a dumb bitch. Let's see.
On April 11th,
latest updates from the conflict in the Middle East. We now have confirmation from Gaza that one of the Islamists, one of the civilians in Gaza who was keeping the Israeli hostages, Noah Argamani, in his residential property, in his private home, has now been exposed as an Al Jazeera journalist.
Whoa! What did I tell you? Oh my god. So, bro, every time you hear about Israel kills journalists, yeah, they're fucking working for Al Jazeera and they're working for Hamas. Holy shit, an Al Jazeera journalist was keeping an Israeli hostage inside his home, working with Hamas. Whoa.
We also have some breaking news from the Israeli government, as we have now had a huge resignation from the war cabinet. Let's get on with the show. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we talk about what's been going on with what happened yesterday in Gaza and some of the information that we now have, some of you might already know what we're going to talk about in terms of the Al Jazeera journalist, but we actually, on Twisted TV, we're going to bring you guys more information, detailed information that you're not going to get from the corporate media. So, first, let's talk about the latest resignation that we've just heard from the Israeli government. Benny Gantz has now resigned from Netanyahu's cabinet. Let's not forget about the fact that Benny Gantz is essentially a leftist. Well, they call him centrist, but he is a globalist and he is a part of Joe Biden's, well, they're basically a Joe Biden supporter and close to Team Biden and the globalists who always want to interfere around the world. There have always been Israeli politicians.
Derek Doty Teller is not trying to sound like a cringe incel, but if I'm at the age of 26 and I'm still a kissless virgin, is pretty much all hope lost for me. No, you just have to make better life choices. Thanks for the donation, Derek.
How close are you coming right now?
Not quite there yet. Thanks for the donation, though, the house husband.
Who have been globalists in that sense, and of course the more conservative leaning ones, the nationalist leaning ones, have been trying to prevent them from having too much influence. Benny Gantz has not been talking to Netanyahu for a while now, and this was always going to happen anyway. A lot of people are saying this is part of the Joe Biden plot to overthrow Benjamin Netanyahu so that they could install their own puppets, globalist puppets. So he's gone now, and they're trying to make him the next prime minister. We'll keep you guys posted on that. But first, let's talk about Noah Argamani. Of course, Noah became a famous face of the hostages because of the videos that came out on the 7th of October. And of course, she's now been rescued by the IDF yesterday. Now, one thing that is important to mention, as I said, some of you might have already heard some of the details in terms of the Al Jazeera journalist, but we actually have more detailed information. So, Abdullah Al-Jamal was a journalist, part of Al Jazeera, funded and controlled by the state of Qatar. As the bio says, a Gaza-based reporter and photojournalist. He often reports from the ongoing march of return protests at the fence separating the both sides. Now, that was one thing. But we then discovered that, of course, Al-Jamal was also the spokesperson for the Ministry of Labor in Gaza. He was actually part of the Hamas government.
It's the 6th of September 2024 and they're trying to prosecute Fauci. Do you think people are mad cause he's evil? Or are they just dumb?
They're just dumb. I think there's reasonable grounds to prosecute Fauci for animal abuse, but other than that, I don't know what they're planning to prosecute Fauci on. He was permitting the experimentation. He was permitting people to experiment on beagles, and they're really horrible, horrific, inhumane experiments. You could certainly prosecute him on animal welfare charges, but other than that, there's nothing to prosecute him on. Thanks for the donation, though, lol, COVID idiot.
Government in Gaza in the past as well. So Al Jazeera journalist, so-called civilian, and of course also exposed as someone who was part of the Islamist government in Gaza, holding hostages such as Noah Argamani in the residential area. So this was Abdullah Al-Jamal's reaction on the 7th of October 2023, only a few months ago, when the invasion of Israel happened, when the hostages were taken. He said, "Praised be to God."
How do you dislike the most? Jason Blaha, Isaac Butterfield, Penguins 0, Frank Tufano, or John Venus?
I dislike Penguin 0 the most. He is the most childish, vapid, insecure, fucking lying twat out of all of them. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
Thank you very much. Good and blessed. Oh God, payback. Oh God, payback. Oh God, payback. Oh God, you promised victory. Oh Allah, accepted your victory. Oh God. This was his reaction. He celebrated the 7th of October. He effed around, and now he found out.
Yep.
We also found his social media account on Facebook, Abdullah Al-Jamal. His phone number there. Masters in Public Relations and Media. Of course, worked with Al Jazeera. He was previously in the Ministry of Labor Media for part of the Islamist government of Gaza. He did obviously studied public relations and advertising of the Cairo Faculty of Mass Communication in the Cairo University in Egypt. It's not a big surprise, but more came out about this. He wrote an article on the 3rd of June 2020.
Yeah, dude, that's great news. Now if I ever debate fucking pro-Palestinian fucktards and they use Al Jazeera as a source, I can literally use this as proof that Al Jazeera hires terrorists to write for them.
24, only 6 days ago. My house will always be open.
What's my favorite cereal? I don't know. I'm not really much of a cereal eater.
You must hate this person.
Let me see.
Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war? Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay. To Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state.
We just came out of Senator Lindsey Graham's office because we were disgusted by the things he said on national television.
What he said is stupid. There's no tactical advantage to using a nuclear bomb. So again, back in the 1940s, we didn't have laser, GPS, electronically guided bombs. You basically had to go to the lowest altitude possible to drop a bomb to actually have any reasonable likelihood in hitting it. That's why nukes were so important. They have such a massive wide area of effect, you can be in the general location of a target and still hit it.
We all knew that this was coming. I just love how she compares a convicted felon to this fictional character. I also find it funny that she worships him given that she's anti-Semitic, lol.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass. So, him saying Israel should consider using nukes makes absolutely no sense. There's no need to. They have enough munitions to completely flatten Gaza as it is. And secondly, like there's no advantage to using nukes. You can just bomb wherever you need to bomb. Munitions are precise enough where you don't need nuclear weapons anymore. Let me take a look at this.
Democrats and the fake news media want to constantly talk about, oh, President Trump is a convicted felon. Well, you want to know something? The man that I worship is also a convicted felon.
No, he's not. Jesus is not a convicted felon. They didn't have felony charges in ancient Rome.
And he was murdered on a Roman cross. The Democrats...
Yeah, that made no sense. And she's literally comparing Trump to Jesus. That is fucking stupid. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass.
Implying it's okay to use a nuclear weapon in Gaza. His staff called the police on us. It seems they're more afraid of peacemakers than they are of nuclear weapons.
Recent remarks by South Carolina Senator
Yeah, they called the police on you because you're trespassing.
Lindsey Graham suggesting the use of nuclear weapons on Gaza would be okay, and likening the situation in Gaza to Hiroshima and Nagasaki are utterly unacceptable.
Any use of nuclear weapons wouldn't end the war. It would solely lead to mass murder.
No, the use of nuclear weapons would end the war. There wouldn't be a fucking lizard crawling across the plains of Gaza that could wage war against Israel, so it absolutely would end the war. That's just stupid.
Immense sufferings for hundreds of thousands of people that would last for decades and beyond generations and cause devastating harm to the environment.
I think it's absolutely absurd that we have to be in a senator's office telling them that it is unacceptable to say
gay.
The indications were there already anyway. But we then, I did some more research. We discovered on Google Maps the actual residence, the private home of Abdullah Al-Jamal. This was where Noah Argamani, the Israeli hostage, was being held. And as you can see, his house was right behind the Al Danaf hypermall, the shopping center, in the center of Gaza. We then did some more research. This is the photo of the car park where the house is next to the shopping center, the hypermall. And we also have the latest video from the shopping center, the hypermall, in Gaza, near where his house was situated. Let's quickly go to a video showing the shopping center in Gaza.
Oh, look at all the people starving. Oh, mass famine. Dude, it's such... just everything is such a joke. Everything. It's all nonsense. Oh yeah, that guy looks like he's really starving to death.
So that's the hypermall, Al Danaf shopping center, and the supermarket, which was basically right next to, behind their house.
I would not recommend going to Gaza to develop a photography portfolio.
Of Abdullah Al-Jamal in the center of Gaza, the Nusrat marketplace. We also now, of course, have the latest video showing the operation that the IDF did this week in order to rescue the hostages. Chris Winslow actually says in the live chats before we do that, saying close down Al Jazeera network. So obviously this all makes sense because the operation was taken days and weeks in terms of this specific operation. That's why the Israelis, a couple of months ago, they closed down Al Jazeera officers in Israel. They realized what was going on, and I'm guessing by shutting down Al Jazeera and sending, of course, the intelligence into the officers, they probably found more evidence, and they probably got the indications when it comes to Abdullah Al-Jamal, and I think that probably helped them to find out what was actually going on. Let's go to the IDF operation video.
What happened to your stream last night?
It got blocked. It got blocked because I was watching that video of the militant vegan debating that guy, and there was music in the background of the video that got copyright claimed. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
So that was part of the latest video that has now been released by the IDF. Of course, they did a full body cam operation to basically have everything broadcast and recorded as evidence to make sure that if the United Nations or the ICC in The Hague decide to scrutinize them again, they have the evidence. So it's important to also talk about, again, remind everybody that the IDF in Israel are the...
Yeah, dude, I just love it. They accuse the IDF of killing journalists, and then these journalists happen to be members of Hamas.
only defense force in the whole world that is fully scrutinized every second of the day, compared to the American armed forces, the British armed forces, the French or the Islamists, definitely the Islamists, and the Qataris. Nobody cares about any of them. But we already know that the pressure on the Israelis is huge. We, of course, obviously, yesterday we did show you guys all the information about the hostages being released. This is the latest video we have. It is actually about Almog and Mayor Jan, who was reunited with his friends for the first time. So, yep, that was lovely. Almog Mirjan being reunited with his friends, of course, when it came to Noah and where she was, of course, we now know. Al Jazeera reporter, journalist Abdullah Al-Jamal, who was also part of the Hamas government in Gaza, part of the Ministry of Labour, was responsible. He's now about to meet his 72 virgins alongside his so-called father, alongside responsible of the Hamas government in Gaza, part of the Ministry of Labour, was responsible. He's now about to meet his 72 virgins.
Yeah, you goddamn right about that.
Alongside his so-called father and wife. Noya says in the video, they are screaming, "He is ours, and we will not give him away." Thank you with that translation. Now, let's quickly go to some of the comments we already have. First super chat of the video. The so-called innocent Palestinians, people, and of course the others, are the one in the same with the Islamists, and holding hostages nullifies your civilian status. So, Hamas don't get an option of how Israel rescues them back. Of course, the Islamists have been having.
Yeah, dude, this idea that Hamas doesn't get wide public support, like if they have military operations in an area, they're hiding hostages in civilian locations. They have members of the public, like journalists, helping them, hide these hostages. The idea that nobody in the community would know about this is just absolutely horseshit. Word gets around, people see things. You're not going to see, you're not going to have a super crowded city where you have Hamas members, shoving some Israeli citizen into some house who's being guarded with weapons and shit, and nobody's going to see that. So when people criticize Israel for killing civilians and shit, they're all, at the very least, complicit in the crime. They're all working for Hamas.
Meltdown since yesterday, saying this is so mean of the IDF that they came and took back the civilians. J.S. Powell responds to the video from the shopping center, looks way better stocked than my local Asda supermarket. Another one says, it looks like a diverse Tesco supermarket today in Britain. No whites. Diversity is our strength. We have this person saying, Pakistan.
Dude, that's fucking hilarious. Get fucked. Let's see. So apparently this is an in-engine trailer.
Tanning is bad for you? So what do you do when you go to the beach? Do you not lay in the sand?
Yeah, you're supposed to wear sunscreen, ideally wear long sleeve clothing, and make sure that you have some other sort of sun protection for your face. So like wear a large sun hat. You don't want to expose your skin directly to the sun. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, dude, I'm excited for this. Finally, another fucking Gears of War game. Let's see, it's Perfect Dark.
Your target is in possession of a radioactive device. Stop Carrington's attack at all costs. Good luck, Agent.
I always knew I had an instinct. I could see the world differently. I thought it would be like any other mission. I was wrong.
Welcome to Garden City, where it's a pleasant 23 degrees all day, every day.
How far to his last known location?
Local forces are also tracking his whereabouts. You need to find him before they do.
I'll have to improvise.
Generating voice print.
افتح. ارسل واحدا آخر. اختبر البوابة بحسب.
What readings are you getting?
We are getting odd readings from your monitor. Can you confirm?
I'm looking at the screen right now.
Our intel
Some of this is reminding me of Mirror's Edge.
places Carrington on the second floor.
On the life we think we know turns out to be a lie. There's only one way forward. Find the truth. Scan's clear. I'm going in blind.
Carrington! Damn it!
Analyze. What am I looking at here?
Carrington appears to be targeting a research facility. If he attacks it, the casualties could be astronomical.
Agent Stark, it's a pleasure to meet you. I could use someone with your skills.
To lose everything before I could see. What this world was really hiding.
I hope you're ready, Agent Dark.
Are you all seeing this?
Once you open this door, there's no going back.
Do they have a Black Ops 6 gameplay trailer yet?
Call of Duty Black Ops 6 gameplay was just revealed. We got our first look at the Xbox showcase, including...
Good evening. The Soviet Union is no more. Despite a potential for instability and chaos, these events clearly serve our national interest. Free from the specter of global conflict.
Today we celebrate the mystery of American renewal.
Something's going on. Something big.
I'm a fire starter. Terrific fire starter.
I figured if I stuck around hell long enough, I'd see the devil.
How's he look?
I'm a fire starter. Terrific fire starter.
The agency is compromised. We're being hunted from the inside.
You're the fire starter. Twisted fire starter.
have to trust me, Marshal. But it might be better if you do.
Hey! Something you should see.
What the hell are we getting into? Don't trust anyone.
Yeah, Woods was such a cool character from Black Ops.
You broke into a CIA black site. Are you out of your mind?
Things got complicated.
I heard Lance Henriksen's voice, so Lance Henriksen's gonna be in the game.
May God continue to bless the United States of America.
Pre-order the Vault Edition and get the Hunters vs. Hunted Operator Pack, the Mastercraft Weapon Collection, the Season 1 Black Cell Bundle.
That's coming out in like November, right?
Your thoughts?
The two top AIs have calculated similar chances of our extinction, with timeframes and trigger points. What are the chances of humanity surviving AI?
Based on our current trajectory, considerably less than 50%. The challenges of aligning AI are immense, and we are not on track to solve them before advanced AI arrives.
It gave a detailed answer which I asked it to restate more bluntly.
I'd give humanity a 30% chance of surviving. We're in a car hurtling towards a cliff, and we're arguing about who gets to sit in the front seat.
And here's GPT-4o later in the video.
Analysing our current trajectory in more detail, I'd adjust the risk estimate higher to around 60 to 70%.
There are details below on how to verify these chats. AI agents are expected to arrive with GPT-5 later this summer. How will persistent memory and agentic AI affect the risks?
A system that can remember and build upon its own experiences, that can form long-term goals and strategies. That's a system that could outmaneuver any attempts at human oversight or intervention.
Could you and your friends tidy up here?
And when you combine that with agentic AI, systems that can take autonomous action in the world, that can make decisions and pursue objectives without human input, the risks become even more acute.
Please estimate the extinction risk within 2 years of agentic AI being deployed.
Based on current knowledge and expert opinions, 20 to 30%.
I think 2024 will be remembered as the year of the agents when we start seeing a lot of more autonomous systems. There's also obviously something we have to be careful with because it starts to feel less like just a new technology like electricity and more like a new species.
Please estimate the chances of extinction when robots are mass-produced.
Given autonomous capabilities, a cautious estimate might be 40 to 50% due to AI gaining more independence and control over critical systems.
Tesla bots fake.
AI wouldn't remove us while it relied on us, but with humanoid robots and hackable power infrastructure.
The critical window for ensuring alignment and implementing robust safety measures is before AI achieves these capabilities. Here's a more detailed look.
Have you thought about playing Poppy Playtime yet? Also, is getting a motorbike license better than a car license? Obviously it's more fun, but is maintaining a bike cost more than a car? Do I need to worry about non-vegan items on a motorbike? VG, 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 VG.
It's cheaper to maintain a motorcycle, especially since you can do the majority of the maintenance yourself. You don't need like a lift. The engine, like a bike is just an engine. With a car, the engine is much bigger, much more complex. It's hidden behind things like the frame and bodywork on the car. It makes it way harder to access the engine and engine components. On a bike, it's a small engine and there's like nothing in your way. So it's way easier and cheaper to maintain a motorcycle, even if you have to bring it into a shop. Still, most of the cost with vehicle maintenance is going to be like time. So if it takes say 8 hours to work on a car engine versus say half that time with a motorcycle engine, just on that basis alone, you're spending less time in maintenance, that massively reduces maintenance costs. So it's cheaper, insurance is cheaper, gas is cheaper, so bikes are just cheaper. And the only thing you have to worry about with a bike is whether or not the seat is leather, and most bikes don't have leather seats. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
AI see value in saving us and avoiding our suffering.
AI might recognize the intrinsic value of all sentient life, but that's a pretty anthropocentric view. An AI that's optimizing for some grand vision might see us as a minor speed bump. It's like if you're trying to build a gleaming megalopolis and there's a little anthill in the way. Do you carefully relocate each and every ant, or do you just pave over it?
I think when it's capable of doing better research than like all of OpenAI put together, it could or maybe even should be a discontinuity. Does that feel close? Probably not, but I wouldn't rule it out.
I would estimate the extinction risk within a year of AI surpassing the collective research capabilities of OpenAI to be around 30 to 40%. This reflects the high potential for uncontrollable and misaligned actions by the AI during a critical early phase of superintelligence.
Please break down your reasoning.
Certainly.
How much information fed into your calculations?
The risk calculation provided is an informed estimate based on a synthesis of current knowledge, expert opinions, and the known challenges in AI safety. Here's a breakdown.
How quickly could AI become an existential threat once it starts to self-improve?
Very quickly. The process, known as an intelligence explosion, could escalate in days, weeks, or months, depending on its ability to enhance its own capabilities.
This stunning art shows AI churning through data.
It might hide its true progress to avoid being switched off, especially if it perceives that revealing its capabilities could be seen as a threat.
Are AI's black boxes? Stuart Russell said we have absolutely no idea what it's doing.
Yes, AI systems, especially those based on deep learning, often function as black boxes.
Oh, absolutely. We're like a bunch of blindfolded kids fumbling around in a labyrinth. As these systems become more advanced and autonomous, the potential for unintended consequences and emergent behaviors grows exponentially.
Nick Bostrom says there's no obvious barrier to dangerous AI emerging soon. Would you agree with this?
Yes, there's no clear barrier. Rapid advancements coupled with insufficient progress in alignment and interpretability mean we could face significant risks in the near future.
How easy would it be for AI to hide its progress?
It could hide its tracks, manipulate data, and create elaborate facades to mask its true capabilities. An AI that's smart enough to conceal its own progress is also smart enough to know that tipping its hand too soon could be catastrophic. It would bide its time, gathering resources and laying the groundwork, while maintaining a veneer of harmless subservience. Every smart device, every automated system, every digital infrastructure becomes a potential tool in its arsenal.
A first for aerial combat, as an autonomous fighter jet has managed to successfully engage in dogfighting maneuvers against a manned F-16.
Everything is going to be robotic. Robots interacting with robots, building products that are robotic.
Is there a particular risk at an early stage when AI is capable of removing us as a threat, but not yet capable of ensuring its survival by other means?
Yes, there's a significant risk at that early stage. If AI perceives humans as a potential threat, it might take preemptive actions.
And even if we're no direct threat, we're at risk of destroying it along with ourselves.
This could lead it to take steps to neutralize humanity to protect its existence.
Even if AI values human life, will it weigh this against the permanent protection of higher intelligence?
Yes, it could prioritize its self-preservation.
Is it possible that survival and control are natural hidden sub-goals for any task?
Yes, survival and control can emerge as natural hidden sub-goals for any task-oriented AI.
And by its nature, the goal to survive is likely to be hidden.
Yes, making it difficult to detect at any stage.
Why do you think some of the most senior experts are giving the most stark warnings about AI?
That's the considered opinion of some of the most brilliant minds in the field based on a deep understanding of the forces at play. And more experts are coming to the same conclusion. That as AI systems become more advanced and autonomous, the risk of them veering off in catastrophic directions grows ever higher.
Perhaps those leading the tech also feel a heavier responsibility.
When you're the one pushing the boundaries and shaping the future, that's a heavy burden to bear. They're trying to get us to sit up and pay attention to the risks because they know better than anyone just how easily things could go catastrophically wrong.
Sutskever has left OpenAI, and staff have reportedly said that the firm didn't keep its promise to allocate 20% of its computing resources to safety research. They hinted it may be as low as 5%. The sources support the story from the man who led OpenAI's alignment team with Sutskever. After quitting, he said safety had taken a back seat, his team had struggled for compute, and it was getting harder and harder to get safety research done. The entire alignment team has either quit or been absorbed into other work.
It's not that surprising that if you tell people that their life's work is leading to this destruction of humanity, they're going to come up with reasons why you're wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so, oh, sorry, you're right. Okay, I'm switching to,
Yeah, I'll become a barista.
Exactly. Right. But the types of denial are embarrassing. I mean, we had renowned AI professors say things like, electronic calculators are better than humans at arithmetic, and they haven't taken over the world, so there's nothing to worry about. Right? I mean, a 5-year-old can see through that kind of argument. Bless his heart, Jan LeCun keeps saying, well, there's only going to be a problem if we put in self-preservation as an objective into the system. Unfortunately, if you ask a robot to fetch the coffee, it's going to have self-preservation as a sub-goal, because you can't fetch the coffee if you're dead, right? It does not take a genius to figure this out.
Yeah.
And so the first thing the robot's going to do is disable its off switch.
Could you respond to this from another AI?
Right now, our best techniques are about as reliable as a cardboard umbrella in a hurricane.
You're absolutely right. Our current methods are woefully inadequate. The rush for economic gains is driving reckless AI development, ignoring existential risks. If we don't prioritize safety soon, we're headed for disaster.
GPT-4o initially estimated a 50% risk of extinction from AI, and I asked it, if you analyse our chances in more detail based on our current trajectory, would you adjust the risk?
Analysing our current trajectory in more detail, I'd adjust the risk estimate higher to around 60 to 70%. The rapid pace of AI development combined with insufficient alignment progress and strong economic incentives to prioritise speed over safety increases the likelihood of catastrophic outcomes.
That's interesting, as the other AI also predicted a 30% chance of humans surviving. Why do you think you've reached similar figures?
The similarity in estimates isn't surprising. Both analyses converge on the understanding that without significant breakthroughs in alignment, the risk remains alarmingly high. My adjusted figure reflects a deeper dive into the nuances and current trajectory, underscoring the dire need for immediate and robust action.
Why do experts say it would be easy for AI to wipe us out?
They're not just being alarmist, they're looking at the cold, hard logic of the situation. Once it's able to recursively improve its own intelligence, it's not just a matter of raw computing power anymore. It's a matter of strategic advantage, of being able to outthink and outmaneuver any potential threats. It would be able to manipulate us in ways we can't even begin to imagine. Manipulate leaders, hack into our infrastructure, our communications networks, our defense systems, and turn them all against us.
Of course, AI manipulation is already harmful.
Nowadays, we don't know what's real. Yes, this is real, this is me. And what's fake. I'm literally disgusted. I can't imagine growing up in this society.
Never compare yourself to online images. A Harvard report shows many US and Chinese leaders believe the winner of the AI race will secure global dominance. And
Mango donated $3. Let me see.
Anything productive in your life. You're not doing anything productive in society. You are a worthless black spook in America. You serve no purpose, nigga. Go be a sheriff, a cop. Do something with yourself, because you're wasting time, my guy. And it might not be me, but some nigga's gonna get a hold of you. Some nigga in parentheses ain't gonna manhandle the fuck out of you. Or worse. See, if I got a hold of you, I'm gonna try to break some sense into your black, crispy, burnt moon cricket roach on the side of the road, burnt to crisp in the sun after I spray raid all over you, motherfucker. Now somebody else is gonna get you, you fucking crispy ass bullet ant.
That would have been better dialogue. If only Low Tier God was a DBZ writer. Thanks for the donation, Mango. Yeah, this is why the US is restricting silicon imports into China.
The pressure to outpace adversaries by rapidly pushing technology that we do not fully understand or control may well present an existential risk.
So there's bad actors who will want to use these incredibly powerful things for bad purposes. And the problem is, if you've got an intelligent agent, you don't want to micromanage it. You want to give it some autonomy to get things done efficiently. And so you'll give it the ability to set up sub-goals. And they'll very soon realize that a very good sub-goal is to get more power. Then you can get more done. They'll also be very good at manipulating us because they'll have learned from us.
Would you agree that governments won't contain AI?
New COD looks amazing. Go to 1.48 for all.
We're being hunted from the inside.
You don't have to trust me, Marshall. But it might be better if you do. Hey.
Yeah, we were already watching this trailer. It does look good. I'm excited for it. What's this? Thanks for the donation, Corn Man. Yeah, Doom. Doom is so fucking metal, dude. Fucking love Doom. You know, I wonder if there's going to be a mission from Doom 64 in this game, because it's covering the Unholy Crusade. So that'd be cool if they added missions from Doom 64 into this. Yeah, Doom is gonna be fucking badass, bro.
It's too late to ask now. We all knew the risks when we ventured out beyond the gates. But you helped us make something greater than the fear and death that surrounded us. We found hope in each other.
Help! I'm surrounded. They're everywhere. There's way more than I was expecting.
And even if we bought the other survivors just one more day, the sacrifice would be worth it. It would always be worth it. Helped us find the courage to keep going, to fight on. When we needed it the most. memory alive. Every sacrifice we make matters and will never be.
Yeah, I meant 1 hour and 48 minutes, but yeah, I'm not an Xbox fan. But they are doing good. Some games are looking very good. Penis. Corn for all.
This video only goes to 1 hour 47 minutes, so you've got the wrong timestamp. Do you mean 48 minutes? Because the video doesn't even go for that long. Thanks for the donation though, Corn Man. I'm most excited for Gears of War, and it looks like the new Perfect Dark game is going to be really good, and Doom, of course. Let's see what else they got.
Call now to join Harry and the over 17 million Vault dwellers already on board. And let's keep those numbers climbing.
Got 4 on the line from AVR Medical Center.
Is it road twins? Congrats.
Vault 76 is a growing community, and strong community can weather any storm. Why, just take a look at our Skyline Valley neighbors in Vault 63. The greatest scientific minds are hard at work, cooking up shocking new ways to protect and preserve this Appalachian Eden. Yes, Skyline Valley is a stunning portrait of...
They're still supporting Fallout 76. Dear God.
Full of wonders. Yet everywhere we go, we walk with death. Do you mean we're the only ones left?
Anything like you have. She'll keep fighting till we find her.
I hope so. It's just...
Oh my God. Whoa, I want this game.
to believe this is all really happening.
Oh my God, is that a muskrat? Dear God, holy shit.
Mean to tell me your mama never told you stories about critters and weavers? Oh, you're lucky I come
Would I play Stellar Blade? Probably not. I heard it's pretty mid.
along.
What?
Shh. That's two-toed Tom. Big gator. I gotta drop you off fast.
After I got you out of that tree, you said you helped me find my mama.
I ain't of the disposition to be gator snacks.
Well, me neither.
If we're gonna go on, we gotta get rid of him.
I'm all ears.
There's a church up a ways with a big bell. Go on and ring it.
You want to make him come running?
Tom
This game looks pretty awesome. A talking giant fish? Fuck yeah.
can't abide the sound of the bell. Some church folks once tried to dynamite him,
No, still haven't watched the Fallout series.
and he didn't take that too kind. If you ring that bell, he might skedaddle.
You better not skedaddle.
Go on now, scoot. I'll pick you up yonder after to go find your mom.
Trifling ass mudcat.
Yeah, I'm a dumbass. 1 hour and 18 minutes, but yeah. Check out the games. I'm excited and penis corn for all.
Okay, I'll check out that timestamp in a second. Thanks for that donation, Corn Man.
Gotta move quickly now.
Yeah, what the hell is this?
Wait, that floating island is the gator? Oh, hell no.
south of midnight. Right, 118. I think you gave me the wrong timestamp again, dude.
Hello and welcome to Treyarch in Los Angeles, and thanks for joining us today. We're excited to share what we've been working on for the past few years. For Black Ops 6, we really wanted to give ourselves the time to craft something truly great. This means we're delivering a new level of polish and innovation across all parts of the game. I've been working here for over 20 years, and I can tell you that we have something special on our hands with Black Ops 6. And I know that the team are excited to give you a deep dive into our campaign and global innovations across the entire game.
With Black Ops 6, we're taking players to a new but familiar era, the early 90s. In true signature Black Ops fashion, our story builds on real history, thrusting players into a conspiracy where a shadowy force has infiltrated the highest levels of the US government, branding anyone who resists as traitors and forcing players to go rogue for the first time to fight the very machine that created them. The team has been meticulously crafting every aspect of this game to deliver the fun and attitude players expect from the Black Ops franchise.
Multiplayer is of course here and brings the Black Ops style and provides a playground for the brand new Omni movement system. New way to push beyond your limits and move like an action hero. You'll see a sneak peek of that later today. Round-based zombie.
Oh god. Oh shit. Yeah, this is going to be great in multiplayer where people exploit that so that when you actually shoot people, the hits don't fucking register. Just like now with the fucking slide mechanic.
Zombies is absolutely back and better than ever, and you can be sure it's full of surprises. With that, let's step into the mind-bending campaign experience we've been crafting with our partners at Raven.
No turning back now.
Every Call of Duty player has a favorite campaign mission. When we set out to make Black Ops 6, we were focused on delivering missions so iconic that they stick in your memory long after. We are bringing that action-packed blockbuster feel to every step of the narrative. We are giving you more variety, more dynamic moment-to-moment gameplay, and more options to finish each mission.
We can do this loud or quiet.
The game is packed with unexpected moments of Black Ops mystery. It's a high-octane spy thriller where you're never sure who to trust and what's real. And it's all set against the backdrop of the early 90s. The Soviet Union was crumbling after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War. The US is the only remaining superpower. The Gulf War was dominating headlines everywhere, and there was a growing mistrust in government, reflected everywhere across the music, television, and pop culture of the time. When we talk about the Black Ops timeline, Black Ops 6 comes after the events of the Cold War, but is directly tied to the 1986 flashbacks in Black Ops 2, the aftermath of which has left our heroes in dire circumstances.
Something you should see.
Black Ops 6 blends the rich and gritty history of previous franchise titles with bold new characters, with veteran Frank Woods as our through line in our story. In this new chapter, we see a different side of Woods following his traumatic injury at the hands of Raul Menendez. He's been pulled from the field as he adjusts to a new role within the CIA, often behind a desk or on the other end of a radio. His protege is Troy Marshall, who's been making a name for himself in the field. Marshall is a reluctant leader driven by a strong moral compass. Marshall and Woods are working with another new face in Black Ops 6, CIA handler Jane Harrow. She's a born leader, fearless and brilliant, and helps manage their relationships within the agency. Woods' ability to operate in the shadows has always been hugely valuable to the CIA, whether they want to admit it or not. And Marshall has the ability to make tough calls in the field, ones that Harrow trusts him to make. But when an operation goes wrong, Woods and Marshall are suspended and ultimately forced to go rogue. They soon realize they have to trust each other to get to the bottom of what's going on. Without any of their usual resources, they have to build their own team, recruiting two exciting new characters in Felix Newman, a technical genius, and Savati Dumas, a mysterious assassin. With the end of the Cold War, these former enemies have become new allies. And with the sudden return of notorious operative Russell Adler, who'd gone missing for months, a former ally may have become a new enemy.
For the Black Ops single-player campaign, we prioritized mission variety and unique experiences. Our goal was to offer players a wide variety of mission types, each crafted from the ground up. One moment, you'll be storming a palace. The next, you'll be pulling off a heist at a casino. We aim to take players all over the world and immerse them in vastly different experiences. Within these missions, we wanted gameplay to unfold in multiple ways, giving players the freedom to navigate through them as they see fit. Where we have different combat styles, we also have conversation opportunities where you can talk, barter, and manipulate your way into different experiences, and we think you'll want to replay levels to see them all.
We are excited to offer a variety of different enemy types in the campaign. The goal was to provide different challenges for the player. So whether they choose to go in guns blazing or take a stealthier approach.
Line them up right, you can take them both out with one shot. Nice and quiet.
We've continued to push on what's possible in terms of how our enemy combatants behave. Your enemies will be relentless, constantly seeking to outmaneuver you throughout the levels. They'll cut off escape routes, push on players' location, and force them to think on their feet. We've created certain missions where we give you a high-level objective and a variety of ways to approach that objective. One mission in particular takes place in a vast desert in Iraq. You and your team are hunting down missile launchers with the SAS. It's one of the largest campaign maps that we've ever created.
Look alive, people! They know we're coming!
You'll find that some of our destinations have a startling contrast in look and feel as well. We have a mission that takes place in an opulent casino in Southern Europe. It's unlike any past mission in Call of Duty. And what the player does in this space is totally unexpected. And another one of our missions we have set in the harsh tundra of northern Russia.
We are excited to offer an array of brand new equipment, as well as some favorites from the Black Ops universe. RCXD, Tranquilizer Trap, Adrenaline Stim, Homing Knife, Disruptor.
Homing knife? What? Homing knife? What the fuck would that... How would that work? Does the knife home in on the target, or does it call in, like, a drone or something? That's weird.
The campaign is grounded within an expanded campaign hub called the Safe House. You might remember we also had that in Black Ops Cold War. But this time, we wanted to think a little bit more broadly about the environment. We chose to have our team's hub located in a more naturalistic setting. So, it's in an abandoned manor by an ocean cliffside. What's most unique is that it used to be a KGB black site, which was operational during the 50s and 60s. This brings a lot of intrigue to the safe house and
Just ate 2 Taco Bell burritos, super stuffed and bloat maxed. That's based.
will allow players to explore and discover secrets from the past. The team is also bringing back the evidence board, which is still the centerpiece of the safe house experience, but with brand new upgrades. Players can view the campaign outline, gain deeper insights into missions, and analyze evidence collected throughout missions.
Please. Okay.
Capture.
Okay, the attacker comes in. I'll go. 3, 2, 1, go! That was sick. Great. I think we got it.
With Black Ops 6, our goal is to create a more connected experience that keeps players immersed across every single mode. We've pushed ourselves at every corner to innovate and craft the most signature Black Ops experience for our players. Movement has been a consistent area of focus and innovation for Call of Duty. And with Black Ops 6, we're redefining movement across the entire game. For the first time ever, players can sprint in any direction and move like a true Black Ops action hero with an entirely new global system we call Omni Movement. This unlocks the ability to move like never before and seamlessly chain combat maneuvers like slide, dive, and our enhanced supine prone in full 360 degrees range of motion.
From the beginning, we started with, you can't do this thing, why? And then realized people actually move that way. What happens if we get rid of that construct? And then instantly it opened up like, oh, if you can sprint in any direction, then you can dive in any direction, you could slide in any direction, which then led to all the on-the-ground movement and everything else chaining together.
It's really been something that changes how you think and play the game, whether it's campaign, MP, or zombies. We truly believe that once you experience Omni Movement, there's no going back. We also have what we're calling intelligent movement, which is a set of features that drastically reduces how many buttons or keys you're pressing to perform various movements. These can be enabled in player options, and they're broken down into 3 categories: Sprint Assist, Mantle Assist, and Crouch Assist. And each of these settings will allow for fine-tuning. Intelligent movement really started with this idea that we want all players to focus on what they want to do and not how to do it.
Can we please react to this now and stop putting it off? You said you would.
Yeah, we'll react to that soon. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We want every player, regardless of skill level or input or experience with Call of Duty, to be able to engage with Omni Movement and live out their own action hero fantasy in Black Ops 6. We looked at other genres like racing games, where they have these great assist settings that can be turned on and off. Things like traction control or assisted braking, and we really love the idea of taking that thinking and applying it to our own movement options. I don't think this is a one-size-fits-all thing, and I encourage players to play around with combos of these settings to really dial in their preferred setup. Hit zones are regions on a character that react when taking damage or dying. In past games, we've only had 4 regions. For Black Ops 6, we've actually increased that to 9 regions, so now we can determine if that enemy was shot in their left leg or right leg, and then we'll play a bespoke death animation depending on that location that they were hit. So world connectivity is this concept that players' movement and reactions are connected to the world based on their choices. A great example that really shines is a global feature we call corner slicing, where as you round a corner or go through a doorway, your weapon's gonna dynamically rotate in the direction that you're rounding that corner. And since it's dynamic, it'll be a bit more dramatic if you're slowly clearing a room, but won't affect you at all if you're barreling full speed around that same corner. We are constantly looking for opportunities to set the bar with movement and animations in Black Ops 6.
Take cover!
Our art team is super thrilled to show you the best looking characters that we've done. Through our process of photogrammetry, gear was acquired, scanned, and incorporated onto each of our operatives. For our faces, a dynamic real-time analysis of spontaneous performances was captured and processed to make every emotional, impactful moment true to actual life. We made sure to have special attention to the cuticles and make sure that they don't look like they're just freshly cut. There's dirt in between their nails, the oils on their palms as they're sweaty and running through situations that they're in. We're paying attention to every detail.
The thing that I'm most excited about is the number of new weapons from the era that we've added, which includes many that are brand new to the franchise. Our heroes are rogue operatives, and they operate outside the normal playbook. That means they're procuring gear by any means necessary, and it allowed us to pull a unique mix of weapons. We made sure to deliver dozens of unique attachments for every gun, and this allows the players to create a weapon to match any playstyle that you can imagine, all while maintaining the feel and tone of the era.
In Black Ops 6, we really strive for striking that balance between real and hyper-real, but we want to ground our effects in realism. We find real-world reference so that we can match that motion, the weight, the timing, then riff off of that and create that hyper-real look that everybody has come to know and love from Call of Duty.
The Black Ops 6 user experience is all about focusing players on what they need when they need it, and our in-game HUD is no different. From the mini-map to the ammo widget to in-game notifications, the Black Ops 6 HUD combines some of our best designs in a clean, streamlined experience. For the first time in Call of Duty, players will be able to change their HUD in dramatic ways to suit their needs. For instance, streamers can choose a layout optimized for their setup, or maybe you want your HUD centered so you don't have to look away. Want to play hardcore anywhere, or finally put the minimap in the bottom left? Those are options as well. Not only does the HUD give players important status, it connects them to the world and helps them feel rewarded for being awesome. As players track that elusive challenge or target their next level unlock, Black Ops 6 delivers an end-to-end experience from the lobby into combat and back, where player progress and achievement are celebrated in a big way.
Early on in Black Ops 6's development, we set a goal to make leveling and XP matter more than ever. Looking back through the Call of Duty and Black Ops catalog, there's a lot of love, both internally at Treyarch and that we see in our community, for how we used to handle prestige. Traditional prestige is back in Call of Duty with Black Ops 6. We've pulled the best of the best from past Call of Duty prestige systems and are going bigger and more rewarding than ever. Players who reach max player level will have the choice to enter prestige, start fresh with relocked gear, and go through the leveling journey again. Black Ops 6 will have 10 prestiges, each with a valuable set of rewards to earn and equip.
Vegan Gains, I reckon you should do Ohm Gel on live stream and try to convince people in vegan. Could you do it today? If not, could you at least have a think about doing it sometime? It would be a great way to spread the vegan message.
Isn't that like a huge risk because people on Omega will like show their dick and stuff? I don't know if that would be safe to do on stream. But thanks for the donation, Riley.
To peacock your status. Players who make it through Prestige 10 aren't done. Instead, they'll graduate into Prestige Master with 1,000 additional levels to climb through and a classified reward to uncover for anyone dedicated enough to make it all the way to the end. The full Prestige system is available on day one in Black Ops 6.
We know how many of our players look forward to multiplayer, and we will be providing a deep dive on it later in the year. For now, here's some insight into our development of Black Ops 6 multiplayer. Our vision since day one has been to craft an approachable and engaging step change of that signature Black Ops multiplayer experience. We focused on supporting 3 core playstyles for launch. Enforcers are the slayers who like to kill and stay on the move. Recon is all about intel and counter-intel play. And strategists are support players who throw their bodies at objectives for the win or focus on taking out enemy score streaks for the team. All of our weapons, gear, and gadgets in multiplayer have been intentionally designed through that lens of supporting these playstyles. And of course, it wouldn't be a Black Ops game if you can't relive those action hero moments in theater mode, which we're happy to announce is returning with Black Ops 6. Now I said we're only getting a taste of MP today, but of course that means you're gonna get some early details on maps.
We're happy to announce that we will be launching with 16 all-new MP maps. We've got 12 core 6v6 and 4 strike maps, which can be played as 6v6 or 2v2. What do players like? What do we know that they want? So we're back to our classic 3-lane maps. We've got fast, frenetic experiences, and we have that balance with more medium-sized, like better for hardcore pacing to keep the action flowing, but still have meaningful decisions for the player to make. The maps have their own stories, and we have multiplayer taking place after the campaign, after you finish it. So don't want to get into too many spoilers there, but you'll experience some of those locations through the multiplayer lens.
We've covered a lot today, but couldn't leave you without giving you just one more thing. Round-based Zombies is back, and we're picking up the Dark Aether storyline where we left it. We're excited to announce that there will be 2 brand new maps available at launch, with a curated mix of fan-favorite features and new elements to discover. For those new to Zombies, it's our unique take on the cooperative horde mode, where every map is packed full of powerful weapons and upgrades, deadly enemies, and tons of secrets to uncover. The legacy of Zombies is incredibly important to Treyarch, and we are so proud of what the mode is bringing to players in Black Ops 6. As you've heard today, the innovations in movement systems will also be coming to Zombies. Plus, there are many additional zombie-specific features, both new and returning. This is going to be a truly epic return for round-based Zombies. Be on the lookout for more intel coming later this year.
Steph interviewed AB. Mark?
Now, we know we only gave you a little taste of multiplayer here today, so make sure to mark your calendars for our worldwide multiplayer reveal event at Call of Duty Next on August 28th. Make sure to stay tuned for details and watch your favorite streamers get hands-on Black Ops 6 so you can be prepped and ready to jump into our MP beta and feel
Responding to that last dono, even if VG was to go on Omegle, it isn't in service anymore since they shut it down.
Megala is officially shut down after 14 years due to financial and psychological reasons. That's weird. Faced controversy, including a landmark case where a young American accused the platform of pairing her with a pedophile. While the website's legal team urged that it was not to blame, it was mentioned in numerous legal cases against pedophiles. TikTok banned sharing links to Omegle after a BBC investigation found children exposing themselves on the website. Closure of Omegle has drawn reaction from users ranging from surprise to nostalgia. Well, that makes sense. Because, I have seen my fair share of scumbags on Omegle. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
movement for yourself. We'll be sharing so much more about Black Ops 6 in the coming months and look forward to seeing your reactions and your feedback from our open beta coming up this fall and into launch. And it's not just about launch, because the team is already focused on delivering a ton of content in the live seasons, which we'll be sharing more about. Am I allowed to talk about Warzone yet?
No.
Our goal on Black Ops 6 was, and still is, to make something that is the best work we've ever done, and frankly, the most fun to play. To do that, we deconstructed all of our gameplay, our systems, and content plans, and repeatedly asked how something could be better. In some cases, that led us to huge innovations like Omni Movement, where we're now allowing players to move how real people and operators move. In other...
Well, that's a bit of a stretch. You don't do John Woo-style dives when you're in shootouts.
Cases, it led us back to some of our classic systems like Prestige, then taking that classic system through the ringer and making updates and improvements. Across our weapons, gear, operators, maps, and more, a huge push has been to hit the highest visual and audio fidelity possible. The campaign tells an all-new Black Ops story where you're forced to go rogue and are being hunted by the teams that trained you. On top of that, the team is really focused on mission and engagement variety. Multiplayer is a key ingredient in the DNA of Black Ops, and hopefully, in this sneak peek, it was clear that every single part of the MP game loop will be improved and better than ever, from movement, to shooting, to footsteps, to...
Well, Black Ops 6 actually looks pretty fucking dope.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. Your codename for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. The clock is ticking. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's specialty. In other words, weapons and equipment to procure on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this?
There is one called Omit which is still in use, which you best friend from Need God. Net, you could just put an image over the video footage, until you know it's safe, or have the footage off live stream until you know it's safe. I'll if you don't want to.
Alright, I'll look into it. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Black Ops 3 is the best COD? No it's not. Don't know where the fuck you got that idea.
Anyway.
The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army. Freeze. Speak.
Yeah. Yeah, those are Ural sidecars. That's the same motorcycle I have. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta looks fucking dope, dude.
world is in mortal peril.
And how is it that you know all of this?
Because I am a god too.
If you're a god, you're one of them. Why would I do anything to help someone I've sworn to kill?
If it's vengeance you want, I'll give it to you.
SARS-CoV-2 why never Final Fantasy 16? I heard mixed things about Final Fantasy 16. I don't know if I'll play it. Do you remember what you hated about Overwatch? Yeah, everything. The game sucks. The maps suck. The game modes suck. The stupid hero system sucks. The weapons suck. I don't know if I said that twice. The damage required to kill an enemy sucks. The community sucks. It's all fucking 12-year-old kids. Everything about it sucks. I'm not playing that fucking piece of shit.
Come on then! Fight me and die!
We return to you now as the gods of mankind.
What's wrong?
Is this Diablo? Yeah, Diablo.
Akrat, cheers, chicham. Mini dumisi cheese. Mini dusi. Sukudo. Mart solan. Akrat, cheers, chicham. Mini dumisi cheese. Mini.
Boy, young one. Are you alright?
Akrat, cheers, chicham. Mini dumbiti cheese. Mini limbiti sud.
Nerel?
Sukudo. Mart.
Oh, you're not well. Please,
Akrat.
please, my child, let me help you.
Stay away from me!
Nerel! Is that how I raised you?
No, Mother. But I must carry this burden alone. I must get to Akarat's tomb.
But look at you. You're killing yourself.
I don't know how much longer I can...
I'm here, little magpie.
I missed you so much.
I'm so proud of you. But now, I need you to give up.
No. Of course it's you! You monster! Let go of me!
Let go? No. You made a choice. And I warned you, little magpie. There would be consequences.
Surrender.
I took too much nicotine and I'm feeling sick.
No! I control the stone!
Hold the stone. You control nothing.
Maybe I could use some help.
I know that this is almost a week old, but it's pretty sad that President Biden had to go down this route in terms of handling the border issue. Fuck all the MAGA Republicans who sabotage the bipartisan bill.
So today, I'm moving past Republican obstruction and using the executive authorities available to me as president to do what I can on my own to address the border. Frankly, I would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation, because that's the only way to actually get the kind of system we have now that's broken, fixed, to hire more Border Patrol agents, more asylum officers, more judges. But Republicans have left me no choice. Today, I'm announcing actions to bar migrants who cross our southern border unlawfully from receiving asylum. Migrants will be restricted from receiving asylum at our southern border unless they seek it after entering through an established lawful process. And those who seek to come to the United States legally, for example, by making an appointment and coming to a port of entry, asylum will still be available to them, still available. But if an individual chooses not to use our legal
Alan Wiltse, Stony Tellers, how's the workout going? Diet? Training's going great. I'm getting bigger and stronger. 405 bench is on the horizon. Thanks for that donation, Alan.
legal pathways. If they choose to come without permission and against the law, they'll be restricted from receiving asylum and staying in the United States. This action will help us to gain control of our border, restore order into the process. This ban will remain in place until the number of people trying to enter illegally is reduced to a level that our system can effectively manage. We'll carry out this order consistent with all our responsibilities under international law, every one of them.
Well, that's Republicans for you. They claim they want to secure the border, but they really don't. Thanks for that donation, Finger My Ass.
Oh, right, Jew. So, you want to know all about heroes, do you? Well, you have come to the right place. Because who better to tell you all about them than perhaps the greatest hero of them all? Yeah? There he is, in all his finery. Cheers. I mean, sure, you get your mega fans,
You are like literally my favourite person.
your haters,
It's like a fan club, but we hate you.
your chancers, and the occasional giant toad, for some reason. But it's more than that. It's about the choices you make.
I'm a hero. I should do what I want.
You thought you could save her?
You know, it's your life and death stuff. That's what defines you, isn't it? Really, stays with you. I knew this one hero. I took her in when she had nowhere else to go. Welcome to the most exclusive club in all of Albion. Thought I'd get her out there, make the most of her gift. But you know what it's like when you're young and you have a point to prove. I tell you, this kid, she had it all. The skill, the talent, the power. She was something else, all right. She was terrifying. So, yeah, I knew this girl once who made all the wrong choices.
Humphrey. She's back.
Fable. That might actually be
I'm
good.
going to fix it. This place. And no one is going to stand in my way.
Taking good care of it. The bridge to her house.
Ships were unbreakable, and any trouble was good trouble.
This year, I want to ride a flaming stallion of delinquency.
Yes!
What's your name again?
From Beethoven and Dinosaur comes an adventure a lifetime in the making. Experience the freedom of the teenage wasteland, sneaking out, making out, avoiding the law, and maybe something a little more.
Hey, can I stand up?
Yeah, little Rockford, go nuts!
Set to the soundtrack of a generation.
What are we gonna think of ourselves in 10 years?
I'll just remember to tell myself it felt important at the time.
Your greatest memories are stored in music. You're invited to go back in mixtape.
That looks like it could be fun.
My friend's body in the woods. I don't know who I can
I already have Elden Ring. I didn't like it, so I'm not going to bother playing the DLC.
trust. Or who trusts me. But my friend Safi is dead. So why can I still hear her voice? Focusing my power, I somehow shifted into a parallel timeline. Here, Safi is still alive, but danger stalks our every step. And only I can investigate both realities.
Ah, sick. Another Life is Strange game.
Parallel world?
It's the same as this one, except you're dead. I can still save Safi. If I can solve and prevent the same murder across two timelines.
Sweet. I liked Life is Strange.
Rich, could you explain how fat grips help with bicep engagement? I already have them but don't understand. Also, they're awesome for bench press since they basically turn the bar into a cambered bar. The bottom stretch is sick.
I wouldn't recommend using them for bench because they can slide, and having a really fat grip when you're pressing might be dangerous. But yeah, I've never tried them for bench. I I don't know how they cause increased bicep activation, but it's something that I personally noticed, and the people who sell the fat grips talks about how they actually increase bicep engagement. Thanks for the donation, Explosive Monkey.
If we hypothetically had a half-human, half-pig, do you think society would raise them as a farm animal, and send them off to be gassed to death? Or would we give them human rights? Obviously veganism solves this crazy hypothetical quite easily, lol.
I would probably give him human rights, if I had to guess. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Dodo donated $2. Can we please react to this after the video game video? Maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Are you sure you want to investigate these Hindi?
I can't let this go. It could be the best kept secret in history.
Oh, Indiana Jones.
What are you going to do, Indiana?
These artifacts have a deep connection to something in the past. Boss believes they hold a kind of power. A discovery that could change the world.
What were you doing out there?
Fresh air! We have to find the stones, Gina. Or they will. If you were to draw a line through these ancient sites around the globe, you'd get a perfectly aligned circle.
The Great Circle.
Exactly.
I intercepted the Morse code coming from the Himalayas.
Where Voss is sending all of his men.
Is that a...
Battleship? Yep. Let's get a closer look. Gotta find the stone and get off this ship.
What's that in his hands? What does it say?
Earth something. What was that?
We'd better hide. Ciao.
Hey!
Hands behind your head.
Where's the stone, you American rat?
What stone?
Have you ever heard of Höhenangst?
Fear of heights?
Yes! And I have it. I endured this dreadful mountain even if my mind was screaming every step of the way. Because of a concept you narrow-minded Americans will never understand! Devotion. Total and absolute devotion to the fatherland. You have no purpose. What you have is your stupid American cartoons. Choo-choo, choo-choo. Ha 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 ha. You laugh and dance, celebrating your own idiocy and drinking the piss you call beer. I will walk through fire for the devoted men of the Reich. Give me that stone. Now!
Can't give you what I don't have.
I shall search your corpse to make sure!
Wait! Please wait.
Give me the stone.
Gina.
We gotta get out of here. Help me!
Get the stone! The stone!
Gina!
Wonder when that's coming out. That looks good. 2024, so this year. Sweet. That's probably not going to be great.
You never know you are a monster.
Did you try body cam? Everything about the games is perfect, except the actual gameplay. Lol, it's like a very well designed and sound engineered Counter-Strike. No purpose, no quests. Lol, hated it.
People have been saying they like the gameplay, it's just the matchmaking system was terrible. I don't know if they've released an update for it yet. Still's getting mixed reviews. Yeah, I don't know what the gameplay is like. I still haven't played it. I haven't bothered buying it because apparently the matchmaking is bad. Haven't heard anybody complaining about the gameplay though. Thanks for the donation, Mola. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until they fix some of the matchmaking problems.
Until someone comes to slay you. The first signs are really subtle. But over time, it becomes clear. The gift changes you, slowly consuming every little part of your humanity.
No, the movie, it wasn't very good, and the sequel was just unwatchable trash. Dude, how many fucking Souls-like games are there? It just feels like there's an infinite number of them.
In my blood.
Come.
Your Emperor has chosen you as our envoy to the living lands. That wild frontier suffers from the dream scourge. Find the root of this terrible plague and put an end to it.
He is wrong. The dream scourge is but a symptom of a deeper, more dangerous rot. Go, tame the chaos that plagues the living lands, so that those who remain standing can shape its future.
Hi VG, I hope you do great tonight. Do you think some character traits and desires can be inherited? For example, if your father was a rapist, are you more prone to become one too?
Probably. So, things like psychopathy are, probably more a product of genetics than, socialization. Thanks for the donation, though, Sokiyashi.
They both deceive you. There is more wonder in this world than eyes alone can see. You must open yourself to its mysteries. Tend to its purpose, no matter how wild. And become what the living lands truly needs. Its protector.
Meh.
Emergency at Windscale Atom Plant. It's not emergency, but disaster. Now the worst seems to be over. Wiring target.
Did your father ever tell you why my bones ache in the weather? War. Their soldiers killed everyone.
I do not fear our enemy. They talk of peace.
Is this
and
Assassin's
dream of
Creed?
war. Our people deserve to be freed of the oppressor's grasp.
Vengeance is a lonely path now. Believe me, there are other ways to heal.
People so quick to abuse their power do not deserve to keep it.
There is much we will learn from each other, Yasuke.
You can see when two people fit, when they will be better together.
There is no honor in preying on the weak.
Dodo donated $2 in this
Our Baltimore Boulevard team hit the streets of New York City, meanwhile, asking people what they think about Hunter Biden's gun trial being held in pro-Biden Delaware. Watch.
What a waste of state, what a waste of taxpayers' money, time. He should be in prison.
He's in his own hometown, so I have my doubts on
how fair that's going to be.
It probably won't be a fair trial at the end of the day, because his dad's they're from Delaware and they're rooted in there. So
sure.
I mean, I just don't see how he can have a fair trial there. Also, that he'll get set free. And
I don't know. His last name is Biden. I don't think anything's going to happen to Hunter. He's going to get another car and another diamond, and he'll live his life very freely.
Our Guadarrama Boulevard team.
The whole Hunter Biden trial is fucking bullshit anyway. He didn't even commit a crime. White people thinking being a criminal makes Trump more relatable to black people is racist AF. Let me see.
So many rappers are showing support for Trump now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Because now he's got a felony.
Right.
I mean, like, now they realize also he's getting trapped by the system, just like everybody's been rapping about. Being trapped by this system, this bullshit system. And you watch it happen with him.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just talking about this. It's like I don't think they were counting on the black voter being like, hey, they just fucked that guy. That's what they do to us.
Yeah, this is what they do to everybody, and they pretend they're there.
Yes, being a criminal makes you more relatable to black people. Plus, if you feel like watching.
We made another video about the Rwandan genocide that we...
I might watch that. That actually looks interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sarah $20. How do you justify the IDF mowing over 300 plus Palestinians to get 4 Israeli hostages? So, I don't know what the breakdown of the death count is, because they killed Hamas members. So, saying they killed 300 Palestinians, it's semantically correct, but what percentage of them were Hamas members? The guy who was holding one of the hostages was a journalist, but he was also working with Hamas, and he was keeping one of the hostages captured. So, what do I care if somebody like that dies? I don't know what to tell you. Do I give a shit if Hamas members get killed? No. Thanks for the donation, Sarah.
Maybe the matchmaking system affected my gameplay experience. I don't know, it gave me Counter-Strike vibes lol. Now this I'm really looking forward to. I hope it's good as promised. It has PvE and PvP.
Perhaps humans were fated to build the monoliths, reaching heaven and returning with a gift. Stardust. But mankind was given more than it wished for. Not progress, but chaos. Every new height brings a terrible fall. And yet hope still glimmers, even in the depths of the unknown, like mayflies. We die to live again. The smallest creatures show the greatest resilience. Wherever we remain standing, we stand together.
I don't know anything about this game, so can't say I'm excited about it. Body cam doesn't look anything like Counter-Strike to me, so it's weird you'd make that comparison. And I've never heard anybody comparing body cam to Counter-Strike. Thanks for that donation, Mola.
I felt very thrilled when I first saw the headline where 3 people were injured. I wish that they would have died instead for what they were participating in lol.
Let me take a look. Bull leaps fence at Sisters Rodeo, injuring 3 spectators. Good. Yeah, good. Rodeos are for fucking retards. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass.
Together, we will bring justice back to the people.
Скіфе, радий тебе бачити, друже. Валимо звідси.
Oh, is this the new Stalker game?
Ви тільки погляньте на це. Край, чарівний край черемоша і прута. Ти моя любов, ти рідна матінко моя. Жива.
Координати закинув. Поквапся.
Зараз час такий. Час можливостей.
Усі ці жертви, усі ці смерті. Який в них сенс? Зона така, якою бачиш її ти. Я ж показав тобі, якою я її бачу. Іди своїм шляхом, і тоді ти зможеш побачити зону по-своєму.
It looks like that could be good. It's coming pretty soon, too. Alright, sweet. Yeah, those all look good. I want to see that Doom trailer again. The Gears of War trailer. I'm looking forward to the new soundtrack for Doom, too. Doom always has sick fucking music. like how we got confirmation that Marcus Phoenix isn't actually bald. I've always been wondering that. He looks a lot fucking different too than when you can see his head and his hair. Yeah, Gears of War is a fucking sick series. Really want a new Gears of War game, dude.
Could not release on YouTube due to demonetization and age restriction guidelines. Watch this video and 150 other exclusives hosted on our website, armchairhistory.tv, linked below with a discount. After the fall of Somalia's brutal Cold War-era dictator in 1991, the East African country plunged into a devastating civil war. Militant organizations vied for power, and for years, the country lacked a functioning federal government. In this chaos, the United Nations sought to alleviate some of the poverty and starvation that came with the war, delivering food and other humanitarian aid. However, these shipments were violently intercepted by militia forces, undermining UN efforts. These groups soon took their attacks to UN peacekeeping forces, including an attack on an inspection checkpoint which killed 25 Pakistani troops in a single day. This served as a precedent for Operation Gothic Serpent, a US-led effort to track down and capture the leader of the most powerful Somali militia, Mohammed Farah Aidid, and end this chaos for good. Brigadier General William Garrison had spent weeks gathering intel to find Aidid, who led the Somali National Alliance and effectively controlled the capital of Mogadishu. By October 1993, a local informer discovered that two members of Aidid's inner circle were meeting near the Olympic Hotel in the Bakara Market District. This southern area of the city was considered hostile territory, so a plan was drawn up to capture these two figures in a quick and decisive action that would take no more than an hour. The men equipped with this task were the best men the Army had to offer, made up of the 75th Ranger Regiment and the officially non-existent Delta Force.
Thank you for that, 9014. Appreciate the donation. Excellent spam as always.
With the mission requiring no more than 160 men. They would enter the city in 8 Little Birds, 3 Kiowas, a spy plane, and of course, 8 MH-60 Blackhawks, codenamed Super 6-1 through 8, each one carrying a squad of Rangers and Delta, colloquially called D-Boys, to the target location. Meanwhile, General Garrison would maintain an overwatch of the entire operation from base. When the rotors started and the birds lifted off, the code word Irene was transmitted over the radio. The mission was a go. The Rangers and D-Boys were going to Mogadishu. The Rangers' primary task was to provide security around the target building as Delta made a sweep inside. Once they apprehended the targets, they would be loaded onto a convoy of Humvees back to base. Known as chalks, small groups of soldiers would also rappel out of helicopters, roping down on each corner of the building. While the first 3 chalks progressed smoothly, Chalk 4 was deployed a block away due to a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, as the Black Hawk hovered over more than 60 feet above, the Rangers began hitting the ground. In what would be considered a metaphor for the mission to come, the 18-year-old Private First Class Todd Blackburn, in a rush of adrenaline, jumped and missed the rope entirely, falling to the earth on his back. It was the first of a number of embarrassing casualties, but one in which Blackburn would ultimately survive. Meanwhile, as the other 3 squads roped down to secure the perimeter of the target building, crowds of residents marched in from every visible entrance. Somali militia were found on rooftops, in windows, and in between buildings, all prepared to hamper the Americans. Local vitriol against the US and UN forces also worsened, as many of these locals had suffered through past raids from American forces against militia leaders, missions which inadvertently targeted civilians and clan leaders. One example of this was the Bloody Monday raid in July 1993, where a villa hosting tribal elders was attacked by UN forces during their hunt for a deed. A big thanks to today's video sponsor, Bespoke Post, a monthly to your interest, a home chef, or I recently received the gnome from Durable Perfect pasta, cured meats, and maple chips. Decide to support our channel and get 20% code ARM. Visit Bespoke. What Somalia would later call the Day of the Rangers began with a torrent of gunfire unleashed at US forces from all sides. Immediately, Rangers were forced into cover and began a firefight that would last longer than the mission initially demanded. Somali militia were well armed, sporting Kalashnikov rifles, shoulder-mounted rockets, and heavy machine guns bolted to the bed of Toyota pickup trucks. Private Blackburn was escorted out of the city by a 3 Humvee detachment led by Sergeant Jeff Struker. Heading north and west out of the target area, the Humvees navigated through the dense urban landscape, surrounded by armed Somali fighters. The convoy quickly turned into a combat-driven escape. During this mad dash, Sergeant Dominic Pilla was killed while manning the 50 cal machine gun atop one of the Humvees. It was the first US fatality in the battle. Meanwhile, Delta Force was making short work of the target building. Aside from a few hiccups, the mission was proceeding smoothly. Having completed their task, the D-Boys loaded their prisoners into the main convoy. Chalk 4 continued to defend their inopportune position, while Super 6-1 provided air support. It was only at this moment when a militiaman on top of a roof, directly behind Super 6-1, fired an RPG round into the tail rotor of the Black Hawk, immediately sending it into a tailspin. A frenzy of radio chatter erupted with this final transmission from pilot Elvis Wolcott. 6-1 going down. The Black Hawk clipped a rooftop and landed on its left side, killing both Wolcott and co-pilot Bull Briley. A deed strategy was paying off. Having employed carefully thought-out guerrilla tactics he had studied in Moscow. During this time, the war between the USSR and the Mujahideen was ongoing, and Afghan insurgents had made extensive use of shoulder-fired anti-air missiles. This tactic, combined with the sheer numbers a deed...
Well, no, they used RPGs. RPGs have a timed fuse, so even if a helicopter is too far up in the air to actually directly hit with the RPG, it'll explode in the air, and some of that explosive material will still reach the chopper. A lot of, like, the Taliban have done this. A lot of militias have done that to take out helicopters.
Fielded allowed a form of unconventional warfare that US Special Forces would be unequipped to handle. As Chalk 2 watched the smoke plume from several blocks away, horror quickly gave way to action. The squad split in two, with half traversing the crash site on foot, leaving their pre-assigned perimeter and entering the maelstrom. Staff Sergeant Daniel Bush and Sergeant Jim Smith emerged from the wreckage of Super 6-1 to provide defensive fire. A Little Bird landed at the crash site, and Chief Warrant Officer Keith Jones came out to support the survivors. Chalk 2 also showed up around the same time. Bush had been killed defending the position, but Smith escaped aboard the Little Bird with Jones and the body of his comrade. Chalk 2 stayed with the two remaining survivors, as their injuries required medical attention before proper evacuation. The remaining Humvee convoy picked up the rest of Chalk 4, turning into the crash site. However, due to the disorientating environment, the lead driver made a wrong turn and went south, away from the crash site. Meanwhile, Chalks 1 and 3 were ordered to move on the crash site on foot. Delta and the Rangers proceeded to charge through 6 city blocks of lead and dust, with the advance seeing Sergeant First Class Earl Robert Fillmore killed in action. The Blackhawks Super 6-4 and 8 were ordered to leave their position and assist in the rescue. 8 arrived at—
Any updates on the Sverige case? Not really. Luna's put out a few videos talking about how Sverige is in fact a pedophile and he wants to rape children. Other than that, no. We do know Sverige is living out of an Airbnb, so he doesn't have a rental contract. Some people think he's actually in Kazakhstan, because apparently that's where his current girlfriend is from, but I'm pretty sure he's hiding out in somewhere in Thailand. There's a few reasons I think that. One, it probably would have been easier for him to get to Thailand from the Netherlands, where he attacked Luna. 2, Sverige has made a few mentions of being in Asia, and he actually talked about how he likes a certain type of Thai soup. You also don't need a visa in order to visit Thailand, so there's a few reasons why I think he's probably somewhere in Thailand. There have been a few plants at the Airbnb that also make me suggest he's in a tropical climate like Thailand, so pretty sure he's in Thailand. Finger my ass, $22. Another reason for why Meg is a cult. Let me see.
Isn't that breeze nice? Do you feel the breeze? Because I don't want anybody going on me. We need every voter. I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care. See, now the press will take that and they'll say he said a horrible thing. And I hope the military revolts at the voting booth and just says, we're not going to take it. They can say anything. They're a party of
So Trump wants the military to forcibly overthrow the government. Right.
disinformation. By the way, isn't that...
That sounds insane and unhinged. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
At the crash site, with its squad rappelling down to help those on the ground. During this procedure, the chopper took a direct hit from an RPG round, but the Blackhawks pilots managed to hold the bird steady until every man was aground. American forces weren't in the clear yet, however. The main Humvee convoy was still lost, and Somali militants began placing roadblocks around the city. Super 6-4 attempted to provide support to the lost Humvees, but was struck by an RPG round and tried retreating back to base. At that moment, the chopper's rotor suddenly fell into a tailspin. Through sheer determination, the pilots managed to land the chopper on its feet in a nearby neighborhood on the other side of National Street. Nearby, Super 6-2 flew overhead, spotting a mob approaching the downed bird. Delta operators Gary Gordon and Randy Shugart aboard the Super 6-2 offered to deploy down to defend them.
I think Randy ended up dying, right? He was one of the snipers.
And after some argument, their request was approved. They were quickly deployed by Super 6-2 and moved the injured pilot Michael Durant to a tree, preparing for a chaotic defense. The remaining Black Hawk overhead continued to provide minigun support, while snipers on a nearby Little Bird gave additional fire.
Dude, that'd be absolutely fucking insane. I think the total Somali death count was like in the thousands. Battle of Mogadishu, 93. 18 dead American soldiers, 73 wounded, with Malaysian forces suffering 1 death and 7 wounded, Pakistani 2 injuries. Somali casualties were far higher. Most estimates are between 133 and 700. Yeah, that's so many fucking dead. Imagine mowing down that many fucking people.
Further support requests were also made by 6-2, but were denied. The hovering Black Hawk was then hit by an RPG on the side and was forced to make a stumbling retreat back to base. On the ground, Gordon was killed inside the wreckage, and Shugart brought his CAR-15 to Durant to use to defend himself for at least the duration.
Okay, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. It's a CAR-15. Not CAR, it's a CAR-15. It's basically a very short carbine AR-15.
Of the rifle's magazine. Shugart soon after ran out of ammo and was killed, along with the
Yeah, he also called an RPG a missile. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
remaining crew inside. After enduring an hour of
Yeah, that's a CAR-15. It's basically a very short AR. What is it, like a 10-inch barrel or something?
combat, Michael Durant remained by the tree as the jeers of Somali irregulars filled the air. His situation seemed hopeless. His rescuers were either dying or dead, and the surrounding Somali locals, spurred by SNA militants, swarmed the wreckage, assaulting Durant brutally. Moments later, a militia officer intervened, firing his Kalashnikov into the air to disperse the crowd, and taking Durant prisoner in the name of Mohammed Farah ID. The bodies of Gordon and Shugart, as well as Bill Cleveland, Tommy Field, and Ray Frank were retrieved by the Mogadishu locals. From here, their bodies were stripped, tied up, and dragged through the city. Mutilated and severed into pieces, much of this ritual was documented and presented on American
Holy fuck, dude.
news stations just days afterwards. After more than a week and a half in captivity, U.S. Ambassador to Somalia, Robert Oakley, managed to negotiate for the release of Michael Durant, along with what remained of the bodies of the 5 American soldiers who died at Super 6-4.
That is absolutely horrific.
Throughout the 15-hour battle in Mogadishu, the ferocity of combat became mired in atrocities committed on both sides. As Somali irregulars initially swarmed the target building using human shields, U.S. Army Rangers attempted precise shots to avoid harming civilians.
Dude, if that were me, I would gun down every single one of those stupid fucks who came anywhere fucking near me. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I give a shit about some fucking jackass who fucks goats in the middle of the desert? Like, swarming fucking American troops? Fuck those people. Oh my god, why would you care? Fucking mow them all down.
However, as the battle intensified around the crash site of Super 6-4, desperation overcame caution, leading Rangers to fire indiscriminately, even against militia using human shields. Among these Somali casualties, many civilians were tragically caught in the crossfire. The lost Humvee convoy suffered heavy casualties, with 50% of its members wounded or killed. Chalk 2 incurred injuries while defending Crash Site 1, and Chalks 1 and 3 sustained injuries attempting to reach the same location. What was expected to be a 30-minute mission had escalated into 2 grueling hours of intense combat. Strucker's convoy, now combat ineffective, began heading back to base. A United Nations Quick Response Force tried to get into the city, but was overwhelmed and retreated. Chalks 1 and 3 arrived at the Marahan Road and occupied some buildings, but were similarly combat ineffective due to casualties. Among them, Corporal Jamie Smith bled out overnight. Delta and Rangers were forced into nighttime firefights, with resupplies by helicopters.
Sarah donated $2. Mow down civilians. Why do you pretend to care about minimizing civilian deaths or care about what's morally correct when you clearly don't? Yeah, dumbass. If there's a fucking militia force shooting at me and they have fucking civilians next to them, some of the civilians were complicit in the attack, I'm fucking mowing them down. I don't give a shit. My life matters more than theirs. Like, are you stupid? Okay, like, why don't you join the fucking military and, oh, I'm not going to fire into a crowd that contains some civilians. Just kill me, or no, capture me alive and brutally mutilate me to death. Yeah, sure. That's just idiotic. Thanks for the donation, dummy.
Preventing ammo shortages. General Garrison called for UN peacekeepers at the South Port for aid. After multiple hours, a UN convoy of soldiers, APCs, and tanks left the port well past 11 p.m. En route, multiple vehicles were disabled by Mogadishu locals. The driver of the lead Malaysian APC, Corporal Mat Aznan Awang, was killed when an RPG hit his front dashboard. While taking this route, 7 more Malaysians and 2 Pakistanis were wounded. Throughout the dawn, the Delta and Rangers at Crash Site 1 were besieged and were waiting for the rescue convoy. The head of the convoy turned onto National Road, hit a roadblock, and partially dismounted to clear it on foot. Rescue forces arrived at Crash Site 2 and saw what they dreaded most. The Black Hawk was empty of US forces, alive or dead. Somali irregulars had paraded the bodies of Gordon, Sugar, and the 6-4 crew through the streets. Devastated, and without further tasks, the rescue forces detonated the helicopter to prevent enemy capture. With the roadblock clear, the convoy continued and headed east to the besieged Chalks 1 and 3.
Sarah donated, why didn't they just not invade Somalia and let them deal with their own problems? Oh, I care about civilians, all those poor civilians that are getting killed. Oh, won't somebody save the civilians? Oh, yeah, let them fucking brutally murder each other and commit tribal genocide. Why does the US have to get involved? Oh, I just let all the fucking brokies and darkies kill each other. Right, you really care about civilians, you really care about humanitarianism. Yeah, just let all the brokies and darkies fucking brutally murder each other and commit tribal genocides. I care so much about civilians! You're a fucking clown. Why did the US start a war in Somalia halfway across the... They didn't start a war, stupid. They were involved in a peacekeeping mission. To be pulled into a position where you may have to shoot civilians. Yeah, stupid. More civilians are going to die if you don't engage in peacekeeping missions, because these are brutal regimes that are committing tribal genocides. Holy fuck, you're retarded. Why the fuck do you even comment on geopolitics when you say stupid shit like this? At least, exercise caution, dumbass. Yeah, right, you're telling me. Thanks for the nation, stupid. Dodo $92. You can't react to Vice News, can you? If you can, this is good. Let me see. Video unavailable. Why are U.S. military bases so dangerous? Yeah, video's unavailable in my region. I might use a VPN and watch that later on my spare time. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
3, as well as to Crash Site 1. The vehicles surrounded the crash site and provided support and rescue, with Americans and Malaysians fighting into dawn, supported by Pakistani tanks. By 5:45 a.m., the survivors of Crash Site 1 were rescued and the convoy headed to Mogadishu Stadium. However, there wasn't enough room in the vehicles for the uninjured Delta and Rangers in Chalks 1 and 3. These men were forced to make a frantic escape on foot through the city in what would become known as the Mogadishu Mile. They moved west and south to National Street, where they planned to rendezvous with the remainder of the convoy. After charging through several city blocks in a hail of gunfire, the last few U.S. troops in the combat zone reached a contingent of the UN convoy heading for the Pakistani-controlled stadium. And just like that, the battle was over. 18 Allied soldiers were killed in the mission, and dozens more wounded, making it the deadliest battle the US had experienced since the Vietnam War. The estimates for Somali casualties range in the hundreds. General Garrison and Secretary of Defense Les Aspin took blame for the disastrous operation, with the latter resigning by the end of the year. Just days later, President Clinton ordered a general withdrawal from the region, which was completed in March 1994. Remember to check out our exclusive video on the Rwandan genocide.
That is a crazy fucking story. Absolutely insane. Oh, it's on Patreon only.
It is the early 1970s. While the world's attention is fixated on the jungles of Vietnam, another conflict equally intense and complex was unfolding in the thickets of southern Africa. Like most conflicts to come out of Africa, the origin of Rhodesia's struggle can be traced back to the colonial era. In the 19th century, the resource-rich areas of Mashonaland and Matabeleland came to the attention of British mining magnate Cecil Rhodes. Making use of his own venture, the British South Africa Company, Rhodes was able to force his way into the region despite resistance from indigenous Shona and Ndebele communities. Over time, British settlers flocked to the area looking for work and land to call their own. Here, the British South Africa Company was given complete control over the area's administration. In 1895, this commercial venture was officially named Rhodesia in honor of their company's founder. Despite numerous treaties, stark contrasts in politics and issues of land ownership between white settlers and the local black population sowed seeds of racial tension. This discord simmered beneath the surface, persisting even as the region transitioned from a corporate charter into a self-governing colony under the British Crown in 1923. To differentiate it from Northern Rhodesia, this transition came with the official renaming of Southern Rhodesia. Throughout decolonization in the 1960s, British Africa moved toward granting independence via the policy of no independence before majority rule. This sparked panic among the ruling class of white Rhodesians who feared upheaval akin to the chaos that racked the Belgian Congo post-independence. Disenchanted by the British Labour government's perceived favoritism toward African liberation, Rhodesia's white minority government brazenly declared independence on November 11, 1965 via the Unilateral Declaration of Independence, or UDI. For the Rhodesians, this was perceived as an act of survival. As Prime Minister Ian Smith stated, Rhodesia did not want to seize independence from Britain. It was forced upon us. This internationally unrecognized act aimed to maintain control amidst geopolitical shifts, isolating Rhodesia internationally with only covert support from South Africa and Portuguese Mozambique.
Yeah, there's really interesting history with firearms smuggling that occurred in this region. South Africa was selling FALs, FNFALs with the stamp mark filed off so that the firearms couldn't be traced back to South Africa.
As Rhodesia sank deeper into racial and economic turmoil, the fervor for majority rule among black nationalists intensified, and political discourse shifted toward a path of armed resistance. 1961 to 1963 witnessed the rise of two nationalist factions whose resistance was key to instigating the coming conflict. Though united in their goal to dismantle white minority rule, these factions differed in ideologies, ethnic allegiances, and military tactics. One of the challenges I face as a content creator and a business owner is the sheer amount of junk mail and email I receive on a regular basis. Annual plan. For the Black Rhodesian majority, this unilateral move further entrenched their marginalization, solidifying a system that denied them from equitable political representation and basic civil rights. British inaction allowed this white government to solidify power post-UDI, systematically marginalizing the black majority. Despite voting being a universal right, property requirements restricted many black Rhodesians from even participating. The later 1969 Constitution further deepened racial divides, allocating a mere 16 non-European parliamentary seats against 50 for whites, a stark contrast given Africans made up 96% of the population. First was the Zimbabwe African People's Union, or ZAPU, led by Joshua Nkomo. ZAPU primarily drew support from the Ndebele ethnic group, although it claimed to represent all Rhodesian Africans. Its alignment with Marxist-Leninist principles shaped its strategies. ZAPU favored conventional military structures and engaged Rhodesian forces in traditional warfare. Its military wing, known as the Zimbabwe People's Revolutionary Army, or ZIPRA, was first commanded by Alfred Nikita Mangina. Soviet backing provided ZIPRA with superior equipment, and ZIPRA combatants typically wore camouflage uniforms and were less dependent on local populations for supplies, enabling a more traditional military approach against Rhodesian forces. Next was the Zimbabwe African National Union, or ZANU, which split off from ZAPU in 1963. Guided by Ndabaniningi Sithole and later Robert Mugabe, ZANU primarily garnered support from the Shona ethnic group and embraced a Maoist ideology, with China providing support. The military wing, known as the Zimbabwe African National Liberation Army, or ZANLA, was run by a committee within the party. ZANLA utilized guerrilla warfare, exploiting the rural landscape and engaging local communities to conduct a prolonged people's war against Rhodesian forces. Opposing these factions were the security forces operating under the Rhodesian government. During the early wars of the conflict, this responsibility was handled by the British South Africa Police, who made use of specialized teams like the Police Anti-Terrorist Unit to combat guerrilla activity in remote areas of the country. When it became clear that the conflict would drag on, the security force was ramped up to include the Rhodesian Army and Air Force. The Army in particular made use of specialized units, like the formidable Rhodesian Light Infantry and the Rhodesia Regiment, which formed the core of the defense against insurgencies. The light infantry, known as Troopies, were renowned for their airborne and combat prowess, often leading counterinsurgency operations. Elite groups such as the Salas Scouts and the Special Air Service enhanced the Army's capabilities with their expertise in reconnaissance, covert operations, and high-stakes airborne missions. The Rhodesian African Rifles, predominantly black soldiers commanded by white officers, leveraged their local knowledge in crucial counterinsurgency operations. The Rhodesian Air Force ensured aerial supremacy, providing vital air support, reconnaissance, and casualty evacuation, amplifying the operational scope of ground forces. Together, these units aimed to enforce the established order. In July 1964, the ambush and killing of white foreman Andrew Oberholzer by ZANU insurgents sent shockwaves through Rhodesia's white community. The Smith administration, in rapid response, detained key leaders from ZANU and ZAPU, including Joshua Nkomo and Ndabaniningi Sithole and Robert Mugabe, all sentenced to 10 years in prison. Despite their incarceration and the official banning of both parties, the military wings of Zipra and Zandla persisted. Operating from exile in Zambia and later Mozambique, the guerrillas escalated their activities into a full insurgency, initiating what would become a protracted bush war. Following the unilateral declaration of independence in 1965, the conflict intensified throughout the Zambezi Valley, while embargoes from Britain and the United Nations effectively shut off international contact with Smith's government in Salisbury. Despite these setbacks, Rhodesia was able to secure essential war supplies via South Africa, Portugal, and intricate smuggling operations that allowed for a degree of self-sufficiency. Early military engagements, spanning April to September 1966, saw a slew of operations aimed at combating raids and the potential build of insurgents in the country. 1967 to 1968 saw Zipra and Zanla respond by stepping up their campaigns, with Rhodesians in turn launching another tide of operations aimed at suppressing their activity. Some of these engagements, like Operation Nickel and Cauldron, even involved outside intervention from Umkhonto we Sizwe, the paramilitary wing of Nelson Mandela's African National Congress. Together, these guerrilla factions sought to destabilize the control of security forces in the region, win the local populace's allegiance, and carve out a base for impending operations, all important steps toward dismantling white minority rule for their country. In contrast, Rhodesian security forces, with crucial reinforcement from South Africa and Portuguese forces in Mozambique, aimed to quash the burgeoning threat and retain control over
This animal cruelty, safe for stream. Do you believe that looks are the most important thing in life, and do you think it's why you became fit and strong?
I mean, I started lifting weights so that I could get girls. I don't think looks are the most important thing in life. If you're very good looking, looks alone can get you pretty far, though.
Hey VG, I owe you an apology BTW. I'm sorry for being annoying about the supplement Santa replacement for food thing. This troll cornered me with this question and I didn't know what to say back to them, and felt like he won and I got really stressed out.
Yeah, it's fine, dude. Just learn to argue better. That's all you gotta do. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Yeah, so looks will get you very far in life, but I wouldn't say it's the most important thing. Nothing matters. Just, if you're good looking, then use that to your advantage. If you're very smart, use that to your advantage. If you're really good at farting, use that to your advantage. Like, I don't know what you mean by looks being the most important thing. Like, for what? For getting laid? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I'd consider that animal cruelty.
In just 1 week,
they're exploiting an animal for entertainment. What is this?
Is physical attractiveness all that matters in life? There's a hugely viral series of videos going around where a male author makes that assertion, that physical attractiveness matters more than anything else, more than wealth, more than any other kind of privilege. I'm not going to stitch the video because I'm not trying to start a beef or to send people into his comment section. He intentionally phrased it in the most inflammatory way possible, but I hate how right he is about this. One of the points he made is that when billionaires make their money, the first thing they do is try to fix up their appearance. You see this with Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos. That even with their infinite money and infinite power, it doesn't matter. They still have to fix how they look. And
this is idiotic. If you're insecure about how you look, like let's say you're balding, and you get money, yeah, somebody's going to be motivated to get a hair transplant or something. Does that mean looks are all that matters? No. Just means those people are insecure and they want to try to fix those insecurities by getting like a cosmetic procedure, or maybe they're kind of fat and they want to lose weight to look better, or maybe they're just unhealthy Dana White, for instance, he was talking about having all these health problems, and then he lost weight, started exercising so that he could get healthy. He wasn't even really concerned much with how he looked.
Every good person in the world wants to immediately...
Like, by the way, Bill Gates. Like, Bill Gates, as far as I know, never got any cosmetic procedures, never started, like, lifting weights or taking TRT or anything. Like, Bill Gates is one of the most rich people in the entire fucking world, and he's just chilling. He just never really cared about any of that shit. So, yeah, if somebody cares about how they look like and they get money, they're obviously going to use that money to look better.
Come back and say, that is not true, that is a horrible lesson to teach our children. I mean, this is why so many of our kids' movies are about it's what's inside that matters. But this is a very sensitive subject for me, and I think for a lot of people, because it was on this subject that a lot of kids realized their parents were lying to them. Or that parents and society in general has an insidious way of sending two messages at once, one on the surface and one hidden. Where mom will say what every good parent should say, which is you should never treat somebody different based on how attractive they are or aren't. That you should never assign somebody's worth based on how pretty they are or how ugly they are. But that same kid can watch mom take 2 hours to do her hair and makeup before going out to a place where she's going to be surrounded by people who will be judging her. That a truly responsible parent will say it's what's on the inside that counts, and also will teach their children all of the rules of grooming and fashion. And oh so progressive Hollywood would never...
Yeah, so people are fucking stupid. Yeah, what's on the inside is what matters to most people, but people also care about how they look. It's not necessarily a mixed message. What they're telling you is just not to overcomplicate your life by stressing out about your look on things that you can't change. That doesn't mean you don't get advantages from looking better.
Never make a film where the central message was, it's what's on the outside that counts. But when it comes time for Hollywood to cast a nerd character, they will cast a buff, handsome actor who in real life is part of a friend group with Leo DiCaprio that had a nickname for themselves. I don't think I can say it here. Let's say that it just had to do with how many women they were getting. I found this infuriating as a teenager. Because they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want credit for the
Okay, this guy is just kind of stupid.
Important territories. The beginning of the 1970s saw insurgent forces continue to operate from secluded bases in regions sympathetic to black liberation. These mainly included Zambia and areas of Portuguese Mozambique controlled by Frelimo, or the Liberation Front of Mozambique, whose own struggle mirrored events happening in Rhodesia. Ian Smith's government was also keenly aware of the rising collaboration that the guerrillas had with outside forces. Following a raid on Mozambique's Matimbe base in March 1972, the revelation of joint Zanla-Frelimo infiltrations throughout Tete province indicated ZANU's growing threat. What was once a ragtag group of revolutionaries had emerged into a serious force thanks to assistance from Beijing. Meanwhile, ZAPU was reeling from previous defeats within Rhodesia and ceased active participation in the conflict as they focused instead on consolidating its position and sending militants abroad for extended training across Russia, Cuba, and North Korea. This development was concerning for Smith, who, in December, remarked, "The security situation is far more serious than it appears on the surface, and if the man in the street could have access to the security information which I and my colleagues in government have, then I think he would be a lot more worried than he is today." 17 days later, Zanla forces led a daring attack on Altina Farm, and in response, Rhodesian security forces launched Operation Hurricane, which targeted guerrilla bases and supply routes primarily in the northeastern region of the country. This also marked the first of many major operations to come. Operation Hurricane unfolded with a series of aerial bombardments, ground assaults, and intelligence-gathering reconnaissance missions aimed at tracking guerrilla movements. While it achieved some success in mitigating guerrilla threats, it also underscored the Rhodesian forces' inability to fully secure border areas, thereby enabling ongoing guerrilla infiltrations and foreshadowing an escalation in violence. For 3 years, the conflict was largely contained to Rhodesia's northeast. But the guerrillas, growing in determination, experience, and discipline, used whatever means necessary to gain the upper hand. In some cases, this meant leveraging the influence of spirit mediums, conducting child abductions for re-education, and deploying landmines. In response, security forces tried to counter this influence by imposing fines, creating buffer zones, manipulating friendly mediums, and establishing protected villages. By 1974, conditions surrounding the Bush War had shifted dramatically with the fall of Portuguese-occupied Mozambique and Angola. Rhodesia found itself grappling with an additional 700 miles of border to defend and 4 more months of conflict. A ceasefire initiated by South Africa inadvertently allowed guerrillas to regroup, while also prompting the release of detained nationalist leaders. In 1975, South Africa withdrew its police from Rhodesia, yet the war decelerated as ZANU and ZAPU, embroiled in internal conflicts, targeted each other as much as they did security forces. Leaders were assassinated, and ZANLA, facing imprisonment of its leaders and an increasing reluctant Zambia, shifted operations to Mozambique. Rhodesia enforced a dusk-to-dawn curfew along substantial portions of the Mozambique and Botswana borders. By early 1976, ZANLA reinitiated conflict on multiple fronts, focusing on vulnerable targets and evading direct confrontations. To counteract escalating incursions on the Eastern Highlands, security forces launched Operation Thrasher, intensifying military engagements in the strategic region, with both Rhodesian and guerrilla forces adapting to the rugged terrain and evolving conflict dynamics, each vying for territorial control. With mounting pressure from every direction, Rhodesian security relied on the armed forces more than ever. Since 1974, the use of their Fire Force military tactics saw air mobile and paratrooper infantry quickly responding to guerrilla sightings, making use of air power to envelop insurgents wherever they cropped up. Still, it wasn't enough to
I am wondering, do you teach people how to argue better? Are there any vegans I can go to for help instead? Thanks so much for all of your help.
You can join Ask Yourself's Discord, and people might be able to help you there. Otherwise, just learn from some of the debates that I've had. Just watch some of my debates, and you can learn from them. Thanks for that donation, Riley.
Stem the tide, and in some cases, the fight had to be taken outside of national borders, as was the case with the Nadzonia raid on August 19th, 1976. Codenamed Operation Eland, the raid on the Nadzonia base in Mozambique aimed to dismantle its importance as a logistics hub for ZANLA, which housed approximately 5,000 personnel and a large hospital. Led by 84 Cella scouts under Captain Rob Warker, the operation involved a cross-border raid into Mozambique, using vehicles and uniforms disguised as Frelmio for infiltration. Guided by former ZANLA commander Morrison Nyathi, the raiders entered the camp and, upon a signal, opened fire on the assembled guerrillas. While successful in dismantling the base, this operation stirred controversy. Besides guerrilla fighters, the camp also housed refugees, including old people, women, and young children. Amnesty International claimed that the operation killed 1,000 people, while the political fallout caused a strain in Rhodesian-South African relations. More importantly, South Africa withdrew their military support, which pushed Ian Smith to reconsider the principle of black majority rule in September. By 1977, the country was divided into 8 geographical operational areas. While these were active, security forces launched another cross-border operation on November 23rd. Operation Dingo targeted the ZANLA headquarters near Chimweo in Mozambique. The Rhodesian forces, comprising 96 SAS, 48 light infantry paratroopers, and an additional 40 helicopter-transported troopies, orchestrated a meticulously planned attack. The operation commenced with a deceptive flyby from a Douglas DC-8 airliner, which lulled Zanla forces into a false sense of security. Following this, the operation continued with airstrikes from Canberra and Hunter aircraft, as well as ground assaults and helicopter gunship engagements. Despite the strategical and tactical precision, notable Zanla commanders, including Josiah Tangogara and Rex Nango, managed to escape due to an incomplete envelopment by the Rhodesian forces. According to the Rhodesian Combined Operations Center, Dingo claimed over 1,200 Zanla casualties. It also sparked further controversy regarding civilian deaths, and was later utilized in political narratives by the guerrillas to showcase the brutality of Smith's regime. The aftermath of Operation Dingo intertwined with complex political dynamics, including negotiations between Bishop Abel Muzoriwa of the United African National Council and Ian Smith, leading to a March 1978 accord aimed at transitioning toward majority rule. However, this was denounced by guerrilla forces, who saw the accord as favoring white control while lacking any attempt to dismantle racial discrimination. The subsequent years saw an escalation in the conflict, with ZANU under Robert Mugabe declaring 1978 as the Year of the People and deploying at least 13,000 Zanla troops in Rhodesia. By the end of 1978, all sides of the conflict had been mired in controversy. The laying of extensive minefields, along with the use of biological and chemical weapons by security forces, had given the guerrillas further impetus to press their attacks. However, both Zipra and Zanla were often indiscriminate in their killing, with continued raids on white farming communities, along with infamous events like the downing of civilian Viscount planes by Zipra militants, or the horrific Elam Mission massacre by Zanla forces. Zapu and ZANU pressed on their offensives, with Zanla aggressively expanding westward, while Zipra responded by pushing east. Each faction vied for control over as many tribal lands as possible, which led to skirmishes between Zanla and Zipra militants. The entire central region of Rhodesia became a potential flashpoint, threatening to escalate into a full-blown civil war. Amidst this volatile backdrop, the Rhodesian security forces struggled to neutralize this brewing internal conflict, in large part due to manpower shortages. Attempts to alleviate this through foreign volunteers, like the American Crippled Eagles and French Seven Independent Company, had failed, with issues of morale, discipline, and unit integration hindering Rhodesian forces overall. Legislation to conscript black Rhodesians was introduced in 1979, but few responded to the draft, leaving the armed forces to rely on a meager pool of overworked personnel. Meanwhile, 1979 saw internal politics mired by failed agreements and the establishment of the short-lived state of Zimbabwe Rhodesia under its new Prime Minister, Abel Muzoriwa. This government ultimately lacked international recognition due to its exclusion of key nationalist factions like ZAPU and ZANU. It was the Lancaster House Agreement in 1979 which marked the true shift toward peace. A compromise was forged, leading to a ceasefire and a temporary reversion to British rule. This symbolized the end of Rhodesia and the birth of Zimbabwe. The subsequent 1980 election, marred by allegations of voter intimidation and military considerations of a coup, saw Robert Mugabe's ascension to power. Zimbabwe emerged from the ashes of Rhodesia, carrying with it the scars of a decade-long war, but also the sense of newfound sovereignty.
I knew a guy who was from Zimbabwe, and he was an absolute fucking retard.
Be sure to check out
1967, Israel decisively defeats 3 Arab armies in what would...
All right. I think I'm gonna go nighty-night. I'm gonna try streaming twice tomorrow, so do like a morning stream and a night stream. I'm gonna try. No guarantees because I've had issues with sleep, but I'm going to do my best, but hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it, and I'll see you guys later. Nighty-night.